Welcome to the February 7th, 2023 regular meeting of the Ann Arbor Planning Commission. For detailed information on meeting procedures, please review the full printed meeting agenda provided, which is down on the end of the whatever this is called, dais. Mr. Leonard, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Lee?
Here.
Commissioner Clark?
Here.
Commissioner Weiss?
Here.
Commissioner Gibrandel?
Here.
Commissioner Abrams?
Here.
Commissioner Sauvé?
Here.
Commissioner Mills?
Here.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt? Commissioner Dish?
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right, we are on to item number 3, which is approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve? Commissioner Lee, seconded by Commissioner Abrams. Any discussion? None? All righty, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Alrighty, we are moving on to the approving minutes from 2 meetings I'm hoping that we can take together, from December 6, 2022 and January 17th, 2023. Moved by Commissioner Dish, seconded by Commissioner Mills. Any discussion of the minutes? Commissioner Abrams.
Just a small correction that on page 3, my name is misspelled.
Make sure we get that right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion carries. All right, now reports. Anything from Councilmember Dish?
A lot. So last night, Council approved the UDC stormwater, that's all one word, management amendments. The Hayden House was recognized as a house of historic status. We effected the rezoning of Ann Arbor villages to R4C, and we effected the rezoning of 530 North Division, thank you, as PUD. And I'm going to scroll all the way down. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Leonard or Ms. Kelly, either.
Just one quick update. The Village of Ann Arbor, that was first reading on the zoning, so I just want to clarify that we still have one more reading on that as the subsequent site plan and brownfield plan. And then, as a reminder, scheduled for our romantic Valentine's Day working session, I will be working on presenting you with some information in response to the questions raised at your last review of the electrification ordinance.
Great, thank you. Any other commissioner officers or liaisons that would like to report? Nothing? All righty. Okay, we'll move on to public comment then. This is an opportunity for persons to speak up to 3 minutes about an issue that is not listed on the public hearing for this agenda. We'll first call on individuals present to address the commission, then move on to remote participants. To speak during this public hearing remotely, press star 9 if listening by phone, or use the raise hand feature if viewing through the web link. For phone access, call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. To unmute, press star 6. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand using the last 3 digits of your phone number or by name if available. For those accessing through the web link, when you will hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. When speaking, please move to a quiet area so that we may hear you. For either method of participation, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Is there anybody present who would like to begin? Nobody present. All right. Anybody remotely?
We do. Caller with the phone number ending with 534. You have press star 6 to unmute, and you can address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Tom Stalbert calling from Lowertown in Ann Arbor. And I'd like to talk tonight about premiums and PUDs and other flexible development options, as I have in the past talked about them, but pretty relevant things on the agenda tonight. Recently, I went to the groundbreaking of Broadway Park West, which is a PUD that will provide affordable housing, have public amenities in terms of open space, and public-facing commercial. Not long ago, I was at the groundbreaking for the Vanguard that I also supported, that was formerly called the Glen, that will have a contribution to affordable housing funds and some outward-facing retail as well. There was in process is a PUD at North Maple that's going to have affordable housing units on site, and I support that. Recently announced the Five Corners PUD. I intend to support that. I need to determine a couple more things about it. But again, these are developments where we're providing affordable housing, either in units or money. We have mixed use in most of those, which is available, amenities available to the general public. So we are getting benefits in terms of things that are benefits to the community at large, in trade for the developer getting something. Also in my neighborhood is the Garnet, which as a PUD contributed affordable housing money. Originally it was applied for in a way that was not legal, but it was switched to a PUD, so that was approved and I supported that. Of course, there's Lower Town, which was not approved as a PUD. It was instead approved as a PUD in disguise, mimicking a PUD in every way, except for the only difference being the avoidance of $9 million of affordable housing funds for 93 units on site. That will be coming to you with the third stage revision that we'll talk about soon. I also want to talk about the downtown premiums, as we have this study that's going to be a discussion started later on the agenda there. And anytime that we're studying those premiums, we should also be looking at how other things work, like PUDs. PUD is a tool. It can work, it can be used, it can be misused. Misused at Lower Town, used properly in a lot of these other places. And we're going to talk about a PUD later tonight on the agenda as well. Are they viable? Well, when people wanted to have an improper upzoning at the Garnet and Lower Town, they said PUDs weren't viable. But obviously they were wrong because we're using them a lot since then. The city's used it for the old Y lot.
30 more seconds.
The city wants to use it tonight. Also, we had about a year and a half ago some sustainability and affordable housing options that were offered in trade for, I believe, 30% height. Parking minimums were offered to be relieved in return for, again, some affordable housing premiums. The parking one was overridden by a blanket elimination of parking minimums, but the other height options as a trade-off for sustainability, affordability, still exist on the books, and so I'd like those to be part of the conversation where you talk about downtown zoning and evaluating the premiums downtown, because what works and what doesn't.
If you could wrap this up, please.
I'm sorry. What works?
You're at your 3 minutes.
In that discussion. Thank you.
All righty, we will move on to item number 7.
We have more
Oh,
speakers.
sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm going as quick as I can. A representative from Marcus Management, you can unmute and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, commissioners and administrative staff. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Ralph Marcus. I'm the management agent for Earhart Village Condominium Association, which is located on Earhart Road. And there is a current plan to resurface portions of Earhart Road in a multi-segmented fashion. Some of the board of directors of the association, myself, and some property management folks met with the project managers and walked the upcoming project. We have some grave concerns about the project. We understand the next step in the system is for the project managers to provide the Transportation Commission with recommendations, and we are ready to be heard at the Transportation meeting. We learned earlier today that this item appeared on the agenda as it related to the comprehensive report that was issued by the association's law firm of Penta, Colbert, and Kovalchuk, and I trust that each of you have that documentation, perhaps not fully read yet, but in any event, we want to express our concern as this project moves through the approval process that the sidewalk that is being planned to be put on the east side of Earhart Road is going to destruct the privacy, the tree canopy, the trees themselves, and cause havoc as it relates to pedestrian safety. And I won't repeat all the items that are in the corporate counsel letter and the attachments that were provided. But we want to go on record tonight and just make sure that this body is familiar with our objection with the placement of the sidewalk on the eastern side of Earhart Road. That particular piece of parcel of land is a sewer easement. There's no recorded document anywhere that permits a sidewalk to be used, to be put on an easement that was set aside for accessing the sewer. And so we think that the location of the sidewalk is improper. It's not supported by the current real estate law. And there are other aspects of the sidewalk that apparently is going to go to nowhere because the sidewalk apparently cannot be put at the Botsford Cemetery. There are other obstructions to the north.
30 more seconds.
Thank you. And apparently this sidewalk will in fact lead to nowhere, including a conservation easement, which is part of Earhart Village's property where no additional construction can be created. So we're bringing it to your attention, and we want to make sure we're on record that if there are any other issues that we're properly notified so we can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes. Rita Ross, you can press *6 or use the unmute button and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rita Ross. I reside at 782 Green Hills Drive, and tonight represent Earhart Village Homes Association as its president. The association has a long history with the portion of Earhart Road that runs alongside our community of 174 townhouse-style condominiums. In the mid-1980s, just as our condominium construction was completed, Ann Arbor upgraded Earhart from a 2-lane dirt road to 4 paved lanes with a strip in the middle. Unfortunately, the city only took care of the median sporadically, so our maintenance staff took it upon themselves to regularly clear trash from the median and to mow the grass there. The next year, we successfully proposed to the city that it use money from its Elizabeth Dean Fund to re-landscape the median. We developed a master plan for our property, and with the help of Paul Bailey, at that time city's forester, and have invested heavily in our tree canopy. In the 80s and 90s, traffic grew heavier, and a resident's son was injured in 1985 by a speeding vehicle. We continue to caution our residents because passing vehicles often exceed posted limits. We did then and continue to support safety measures to reduce speeds and protect pedestrians. Nonetheless, when a proposal to install sidewalks on section of Earhart Road came before City Council in 1985, our board of directors opposed the idea for the same reason we oppose those sidewalks today. The sidewalks would encroach on our private property and require the removal of our trees. Earhart Village homeowners have attended all the community meetings, beginning with the first in April of 2019, December 2021, October 2022, and December 2022, to express our concerns. In addition, we invited the project managers Bailey and Slazewski to walk our property bordering Earhart Road on December 8th, so they could see the impact of their design on our community. But unfortunately, we have been ignored. Our goal is to eliminate the proposed sidewalk. We believe it is unnecessary because the sidewalk already exists on the other side of the street. The sidewalk proposed would have many gaps, like between the Pine Gray Streets in front of Botsford Cemetery and near our conservation easement. Additionally, we do not believe the city has the authority to construct on our property. We contend that the project will create long-term damage to our mature trees and plantings. Unfortunately, the tree canopy in our neighborhood was already severely impacted by the development of Concord pines, where over 1,000 trees were destroyed. This project will interfere with our association's 50-plus years commitment to our grounds. We believe the city's plan will diminish our livable community by increasing air and noise pollution, stormwater runoff, increase peak summer temperatures by removing shade, and decrease our property value and our privacy. Furthermore, the project is inconsistent with the city's urban forestry plan and sustainable living and innovation initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the last speaker.
That's the last one. All righty. We are moving on to item number 7, which is the public hearings for the next business meeting.
Yes, for the February 23rd, 2023 business meeting, we have one new public hearing scheduled. This is for the University of Michigan Credit Union site plan and special exception use at 2929 Plymouth Road. This is for a new 4,740 square foot building with 3 drive-through lanes and 22 parking spaces on a 1-acre site zoned office.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving into our regular business section. We will be covering 415 West Washington Plan Unit Development rezoning. This is a petition to rezone the 2.5 acre parcel from PL, or public land, to PUD, which is planned unit development. The concept plan shows 157 residential units and a building constructed above the floodplain elevation, surface and understructure parking. Public open space is proposed, including construction of a segment of the tree-lined trail through the site. First, we will have a petitioner presentation, which I believe will be a little bit longer than normal tonight because this is a
with the
complicated plan.
Yeah, with the Planning Commission's accommodation, you'll be hearing from a couple of folks. First up will be Derek Delacourt, the Community Services Area Administrator, and my boss. So it's really nice to have him being grilled here as opposed to the other way around. Next, we're going to hear from Patty McCall from Tetra Tech, who's going to give an overview of some of the environmental conditions that the city has learned about on and around the property. And then Michael Johnson from Smith Group will be giving us sort of a more focused overview of the proposed PUD zoning. This is a proposed PUD zoning and concept plan. So the primary focus is on the zoning. The concept plan is one iteration of how something could be realized according to that. It doesn't have permitting authority, so it is a very extravagant but yet an illustration of what could be accommodated in the plan unit development. So with that, take it away.
I'm just going to take a couple of seconds. It's been my whole career trying not to be a developer and somehow found myself here. Several years ago, I don't think it's any surprise, we were approached as the planning staff and the community services staff in regards to what could be done with the 415 site. We discussed several options about that site specifically. Ultimately, it was rolled into a conversation that we were having and council was having with Jen Hall about the appropriateness of all of the city's owned properties in the downtown for affordable housing. This site was grouped in with a bunch of other sites that were looked at for their potential for affordable housing through a series of public engagement meetings and other site constraint evaluations that Jen led and with some outside consultants to engage the community on what we could do, what should be done, and what were the guardrails we thought that were necessary for the consideration of a development of any of these sites and what they needed to address. It became relatively clear relatively quickly that this site probably wasn't going to be developed for the primary use as affordable housing for a lot of reasons, and I think those have been discussed publicly, and Jen is certainly here to discuss them if we need her. But what became really clear is that the community wanted something done with the site, and that the site had a significant number of obstacles associated with it that needed to be addressed prior to any development taking place on the site. One of the other parameters that was put in front of us was a conversation about what had gone wrong and where there had been problems with previously owned city sites when it came to development. And one of the things we heard loud and clear is that the city council, the planning commission, and the community especially consistently felt pressured that when the city put a site up for sale and it was sold to a developer, then that developer came in and represented the site first. And the conversation took place as to what was allowed by right, what could be maximized on the site for private development, and how that process would go. One of the changes we made, and why I'm standing here as the applicant as opposed to a developer, is the city made the decision not to sell these sites to private developers first. What it did do was take the opportunity to evaluate these sites, partner with some professionals, do some evaluation of the sites to determine what is feasible, what is financeable, and what is potentially real as far as a development on the site that would allow for the types of developments on all the sites that take place that the community wanted, but that were actually feasible and community-led prior to pursuing a development partner. That's really why I'm here as the applicant, for no other reason, is because we made this decision, the community made the decision to do this part first before seeking a development partner. We think the project that's in front of you, and you're going to hear from a few different people, or a lot of people probably more than usual, as to why and how we got to this point and why we think it is reasonable. But the point we are at is the necessity to put some guardrails on the site and then be able to take the site out to the private market to find an appropriate partner who's willing to work with us within a fixed set of guidelines established by the city to see this site come into fruition. We understand once that development partner is found, there will probably be additional conversations and potentially adjustments to the site. But we think based on the information we have now is the appropriate time to put those guardrails in place through the PUD zoning to allow us to go out and seek that development partner so we can come back to both Planning Commission, Council, and the community with the specifics of how the site's going to be developed. We need that third part at this point to move it forward. That's not the same for all the sites in the city, but for this one, because it will not be the housing commissioner commission that's going to be the developer of it, the city is not going to seek private financing and actually build this site. We're going to need that development partner to make this happen. To do that, we feel it's appropriate to lock in these guardrails and then go out and pursue that. So I'm going to shut up at this point. I think Patty's going to talk next, and then obviously we're all here to answer any questions you may have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Patty, do you want to run your own PowerPoint or?
I can. Yeah, let me pull it up. Hang on.
I'm sorry, well, she's getting ready. I did want to mention one more thing about her presentation because it's not entirely on her. We included a slide in the environmental presentation that shows investigation by the state of Michigan and Eagle and directly adjacent residential properties. It has come to our attention tonight that not all of those residents have been contacted by Eagle with the results of those investigations. Obviously, we included that slide. It's available at the state. It's public information. But we did pull it from the presentation tonight to allow Eagle to make contact with those residents and have the individual discussions regarding that. So I wanted to make that clear. It's out there. People are aware of it. We thought it was the prudent thing to do given such short notice tonight on it. So sorry, I almost forgot to mention that.
Thanks, Derek. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Patty McCall with Tetra Tech. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to share some information about 415. Let's do this. I've lost my slide deck entirely. Sorry. Give me just a second. Okay. All right. So I'm going to give you a very brief outline here, and this is about a 15-minute talk. I'm happy to entertain questions throughout if questions arise. I'm going to give a quick overview of the environmental history of the site. I've got a little bit of history with the site. I was out here about a decade ago doing an investigation, came back out in 2021 to do some additional work to just basically assess the existing conditions. And in the spring, we were back out there to do some more investigation, primarily off-site for a couple of plumes around the property. I'll discuss the path forward for remediation at the site, big picture. And then finally, I'll talk a little bit about the ongoing sampling that Eagle's doing that Derek referenced. Okay, so previously this site was part of the Road Commission and Parks Department for many decades, and there were underground storage tanks out here that leaked. They were discovered between 89 and 92. There were some remedial activities that were completed when the tanks were discovered. However, there was contamination left in the ground, and a remediation system was installed primarily to recover groundwater that was impacted. That system went into effect in 1997, and the contract with that remediation person or consulting firm ended in December of 2002. So the system was turned off at that time. So fast forward to 2012, nothing had been done in that 10 years in between, and the city had asked for an investigation of the property to understand what's happening. So we completed a phase 1, a regulated building material survey, and also a phase 2 based on the phase 1 findings. At that time, there was an existing monitoring well network from a remediation system. So we sampled the wells that were available. Many of them were damaged. We did a drilling investigation at that point, installing wells, sampling the soil where it appeared to be impacted. And we basically identified 2 plumes on the property. One is that fuel impacted plume on the north side. Then there's a TCE plume to the south. There's a little isolated pocket of diesel impacts in the soil. And then just overall, the site has elevated sodium and chloride because of salt storage previously. And that's important when we start talking about remediation. So I wanted to throw that in there. Okay. Because I'm a visual person, I'm not expecting you to be able to actually read the details here, but what's important are the plumes themselves. And so to the north, there's that small blue circle, which represents soil impacts that are above criteria. That is a fuel-related impact. That's where the tank's at. To the south is that yellow-colored plume. That's where TCE is located. When we identified this, we were unsure if it was coming onto the property or if it was from site activities, although we were not able to identify any reasons why TCE would have been used at the property. So we thought it may be both. We weren't quite sure. And then finally, that little pink circle to the southeast, kind of near Allen Creek Drain, is diesel fuel impacts, and that is it's shallow. It's maybe to 5 feet. I do want to discuss a little bit here about Allen Creek Drain that runs through the property. Regionally, groundwater flow in this area is coming from the west to the east because it's trying to reach Allen Creek Drain. And then just on the property, we're just looking at groundwater flow direction. It's very flat here, and it moves slightly to the north. So any contamination from that diesel fuel plume wants to go to the north, same with the TCE, which you can kind of see with the TCE soil plume. This map, again, I don't expect you to be able to read the bubbles. That's not the intent here, but this is the groundwater impact. And everywhere that blue circle is the fuel impacted exceedances. So all of this exceeds criteria. And primarily what we're looking at here is benzene. Benzene is what we're worried about. That's what's leading the charge here and what's trying to head off site. And where you see the sort of dashed lines that lead to the north, those blue dashed lines, that's where we had perceived at that time where the plume was headed. Same with the TCE plume. All of those well locations within that yellow are where we have identified exceedances of that particular parameter. And we've got hash lines for this as well, indicating that we thought it was coming from off-site. So then in the fall of 2021, we went back out to sample that existing monitoring well network, and we were interested in figuring out if the benzene was leaving the property. So we did some work on-site, but also in the right-of-way, and did more groundwater and soil sampling. And our findings essentially were, yes, we have benzene in the groundwater that's migrating off-site to the north, and there's potential for TCE and groundwater to be migrating onto the property from both the south and the west. So the next investigation, we went out and working with the YMCA, we had asked permission to work sort of in their right-of-way and on their property to identify where the contamination may be headed. So again, more wells, temporary and permanent, sampled all of the locations for VOCs, so the full suite. And then in this case, we found, yes, benzene is off-site, down gradient of where the tanks were initially sitting. We do have TCE off-site up gradient. And for this investigation for the TCE, we stepped out to 3rd Street and Liberty and worked in the right-of-way where the city had access at 3 locations. So I'll show a map here in a second. But I do want to acknowledge the fact that the city did file a notice of migration with the state to let YMCA know and the state know that there has been off-site migration of this this underground storage tank system to YMCA. Okay, so here are the soil conditions updated. You can see that the blue plume to the north, our fuel impacts, are a little bit bigger. The TCE plume hasn't really changed in the soil there. And then we did a little bit more investigation in that diesel area just to identify it better, so we've got a handle on what we would need if we were going to excavate it. Here's the map that's got all the details. So let me start with the TCE in this case. There are 3 wells. Hopefully you can see them. One is on 3rd Street, one's at the corner of 3rd and Liberty, and then there's one on Liberty. There's actually 2 on Liberty, there's one in an orange bubble. But these 3 I want to talk about first. So these are the wells that we did in the right-of-way, and the one on 3rd Street and the one sort of like central middle part of Liberty, both of those have TCE concentrations above groundwater criteria. The one at the corner of Liberty and 3rd does not. But this, this is a little alarming. We did detect it. It's a little alarming because now we know we've got TCE in the neighborhood. I don't know where it starts. I don't know. I know it's coming onto our property most likely, the 415 property. And then I don't know where it is down the street either. So one other thing we identified, the orange plumes that are on here, we have one point, very near the 415 entrance off of Liberty. And then on the north side, right at the corner, these points were meant to be, to demonstrate that the benzene was not in that area and basically delineate it. And it's not in that area, but unfortunately we identified both PCE and TCE in both of those orange locations. I don't know where that's coming from. We don't have a source for this. It's other contaminants in the neighborhood. I did reach out to both Eagle and the county about the one to the north because I had concerns about that being potentially migrating to the YMCA also. And they were not aware of anything in the neighborhood that had those contaminants along Washington. Finally, on this figure is the benzene, so you can see that we do have benzene in the right-of-way in that fuel-impacted blue plume. We do have delineation of it. There's wells to the north, to the east, and to the west, so that do not have benzene. There's actually 2 wells, one on either side of Allen Creek Drain, and neither one of those have benzene either. Okay, before I get into this, are there any questions anybody wants to ask me about data?
Yeah, I'll ask one. So just briefly, could you just give us a lowdown on why benzene is has more of an impact, and just a sense of, I guess, how concerned are we in terms of what these contaminants are? I'm looking them up really quickly on the internet, but I have zero sense of sort of where they are in the scheme of things. So if you could just give us some sense, obviously the diesel and things like that, we have some sort of vague sense of just from our own personal experience as regular citizens, but you're the expert. If you could just give us a sense of where they are.
Yeah, there are 4 main components in gasoline that we sample for to tell us if, in groundwater to see if gasoline's there. Benzene is one of them. It is one of the few known carcinogens. The concentrations here are relatively low. However, they are above criteria for drinking water. So it's still a state standard that we have to meet. We've done some work for the Y, and I've shared that information with them. So we're working with them to make sure that they don't have any issues at their site that are getting into the building, for instance. Because again, these are volatile compounds, so we're concerned about soil vapor and indoor air when we talk about volatiles. TCE, PCE, benzene, all of those. Your first question about benzene and why that one, for whatever reason, it likes to be in the water. Not all compounds act the same. Some like to stick to the soil. Some move faster in water than other ones, and benzene is just leading the charge here.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Questions before she moves on? Okay, thank you.
Okay, sure. Okay, so I'm going to switch over to high-level concepts here for remediation. So we've drafted a brownfield plan, put some numbers down to just basically pre-entitle essentially the site for brownfield funding for a developer to come in, and I'm sure that others are going to speak to that more elegantly than I am, but I can speak to the idea of how we would do some cleanup of this property. So the soil impacts, those are easy as far as removing them. We would just excavate that material and dispose of it. It's really important to attack the source initially, as soon as you can, and in this case, it's still there leaking into the groundwater after decades. So removing that removes the source going into the groundwater. So that's first. Second, we would do some bench testing for different remediation options or amendments. I'm going to probably keep referring to them. There's a lot of chemistry that we can add to the groundwater, chemistry including biology that can help us sort of destroy the compounds that are in the ground and result in something that's non-toxic. We would treat, the bench testing would help us understand what actually works. You want to work with the biota that you have in the area, and with the high salt concentrations, that sort of limits some biology and some of the amendments that we would add. So we would do bench testing to understand what would be effective. And then we would go out and treat on-site those areas within the property where those plumes are, and probably a little wider, to make sure we've got a good radius and a good impact on the plumes right there in situ. And then we would create what's called permeable reactive barriers, PRBs. So we would have one for the benzene, but also for the TCE, because groundwater, as I mentioned, is moving regionally from west to east to Allen Creek Drain. So whatever you have upgrading is going to continue to come to the site, and there needs to be some sort of reactive barrier that is able to flush that groundwater as it's coming through and clean it. So I've got a couple of just figures here demonstrating some of that remediation. So both of these are just excavation areas that are identified in red. We'd have to do a little bit of dewatering for that bigger one. I think we probably have to go to 10 or 11 feet to dig out the impacts there. The smaller one is fairly shallow. It's probably about 5 feet. It's relatively small. This is the, these are injections essentially. So we'd be injecting some sort of amendment into the ground. The difference in the color here is that permeable reactive barrier is what's in the blue color, and the pink is not necessarily one time, but it's the treatment option we would do after buildings are down, when we have access to the ground. This is expected to clean up the plume, and then the blue is for anything that continues to migrate to the north is going to hit that permeable reactive barrier and get treated. And the reason we don't have it, obviously, on the southern part of that blue plume is because that's the area that's going to be excavated. This one looks a little crazy, but it's because we have migration from both the south and the west for groundwater, so that permeable reactive barrier needs to hit all of those property boundaries. And then again, we have those purple areas within to do the treatment of the TCE that's on site. Okay, and then just finally, I want to talk a little bit about the ongoing sampling that Eagle's been doing. So after we identified the TCE in the neighborhood, we'd had many conversations with Eagle about next steps, and we want to make sure that residents are protected. We don't know what's out there. We just know we have some data, and it begs the question that now we need to take a look at potential for residents having any kind of impacts. So Eagle's been in the neighborhood. They've been contacting residents. They've been getting access when they can. They've been doing a variety of things, not just the vapor pin samples, which are essentially a very small pin that has access to the subslab of a home to get a sample of the subslab air and then analyze it for all of those volatile organic compounds. So they've been doing those. They've been doing a couple of soil gas wells as well as indoor air sampling. And I think they're going to be back out in March for some more sampling, is my understanding. So I do want to share, this is the church on the corner, north is on the left in this picture. All of those purple points are vapor pin locations where they've gone in and sampled. And the one red circled area had a detection above screening levels, essentially. So it's data that tells you you need more information. So this is close enough that you might want to take a look at the indoor air. So Eagle then went out and grabbed a couple of samples. They have in purple some indoor air samples, but also in green are other indoor air samples on the second floor. And all of these came back non-detect. And I think that's my last slide, so happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Are there further presentations? Do we want to
There will
pause
be
here?
other presentation. Next up will be Smith Group giving an overview of the concept in the PUD zoning. So I guess maybe I'd suggest we go through that and then up to the commission if you want to ask questions before we get to staff, any staff update. Maybe we get through everything and then we just ask questions before we jump into the public hearing.
Could I suggest if they have questions of Patty that they ask them now? I know she
No,
has other
you
guys.
can't
I know it's terrible, but she has other obligations as well.
Oh, then fire away. Or Beth sounds like we're going to lose her.
Okay, I just want to reiterate what I think I heard. Thank you for that presentation. It was great. So effectively in this like pre-entitlement to get this ready so that we can better market it, effectively we know what's there. We've done the study to understand what's there, and you've done some preliminary understanding of like what cleanup would look like, what cleanup and like getting ready for redevelopment would look like. Is that, am I understanding that right?
Correct.
Okay. Is it far enough along that we know what that costs?
Not yet.
Okay. At what stage, like, is the plan that that happens before marketing it, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the intent of it, and that's what I wanted to get up and talk about a little bit if there's not any technical questions for Patty, is what we've found out through previous information is, one, this site has had a long history of existing contamination on the site itself. Our primary goal as owners of the site was to determine what was on the site, what is our responsibility as far as, is there a problem immediately to adjacent property owners with off-site migration? It appears not, from what we've said. You've heard Patty talk about the YMC was our primary concern due to the direction of groundwater. And then our focus switched with this site, 415, is what needs to happen to remove the source material so as to not have a problem with that in the future and/or fluctuations in groundwater or other things that would cause off-site migration. And then two, to remediate the site to residential criteria, which is, for lack of a better term in an a la carte world, the highest level of remediation associated with the redevelopment of a site. So once we have that plan, which is what Patty talked about, is then how is that paid for? We put costs to that, and because there is not a budget or a lot of money just floating around for this type of work across the city, is to date it is our intent is to use the increased assessment of the development through the brownfield plan to pay back for the cost of the remediation. The cost of the remediation will be borne by that private development partner we talked about. They bring in the front-loaded money to do the remediation, which we have predetermined, and then we capture the increased value of the site over a period of years to pay them back. That is our goal with the existing remediation. It is a very common way, and in Michigan, it is a very discretionary method to use those. We also intend to use that captured assessment to pay for additional public infrastructure improvements you've heard on the site because the program allows for that. Not just the cleanup, but we do plan on working with that increased assessment for some of the tree line improvements, if that works out well with the Tree Line Conservancy, and maybe some of the other physical improvements off-site in Washington and other places to improve traffic flow. That helps us use that assessment to attract a quality development partner to do this work where the city has no budget for it right now. So that will be upcoming, and we will have numbers for it shortly. Our intent is to pre-entitle a brownfield plan so the development partner knows that that is already in place and what those frameworks look like. We would like to spend as little money to do that up front because it is all reimbursable once we have a partner. There will be more of it done, but we wanted to have a baseline and an understanding before we ask for the pre-entitlements. The second part of it is the contamination that is off-site migrating to our site. You've seen what we've talked about as far as protections for this site going forward for the redevelopment. What we've also done, and is what is great interest to the residents and others around, is work with Eagle to really get them to do the appropriate and necessary testing of the sites in between the potential contamination and our site to try to get a handle and do the remediation on it. That is Eagle's responsibility as the state. That is not the city shirking its responsibility. We are working with Eagle to get them to try to do what is appropriate. You've heard us talk about the testing with the church and the adjacent residents. That is in response to the information we've kind of unearthed as part of this project. So they're two separate things. The remediation of our site will be included in that brownfield plan. I just wanted to be clear, both for the Planning Commission, in case anybody is watching in regards to this, that it is the state of Michigan Eagle that is working with the other parties who are creating that contamination, migrating through the neighborhood and under other properties, potentially to our site to kind of lock down exactly what's happened. We're encouraged that they're doing that work. We hope they continue to do that work with the neighbors, and we think it's appropriate at this time. So.
And I don't know if this is a I don't know if this is a follow-up question for you or for Patty. The contamination that is on the site, though, has migrated, who knows when, toward the YMCA lot. If it just stays like it is now, if there's no redevelopment, then, that's not cool, right? I
would agree. That's probably the best term I've heard for it so far, for sure.
But I guess I don't understand, we know that this is the cause, or we have, right, that this is the cause of that migration across the property line, across not just public right away. So I think this is just an ignorance of what the responsibility is or how that works.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things you're talking about. Responsibility, there's legal responsibility, there's moral obligation, there's a lot of different things that play into it. I would be surprised at this point, now that we've done this investigation and unearthed this, that it is going to be acceptable to the elected officials or anybody that nothing be done. There's nothing we've unearthed so far about the contamination migrating off our site that is an immediate concern to anybody. It doesn't make it good, by all means, but if it was a threat or a concern to us, to immediately adjacent property owners, the YMCA, anybody else, I think you would see that the response would be different than putting a brownfield plan together, waiting for a development team. It's been there generationally. This has been going on a long time. That's neither a good or bad thing. It is very common with situations like this. When you have former industrial sites, sites that had underground tanks, this is not unusual. But the opportunity to do something about it is what we're taking advantage of here. So what would happen next if this didn't go forward and this wasn't the way to remediate it would be an extensive conversation, I think, with both the city council and some other folks as to about what would be the other options we could pursue for remediation, if that was possible.
Got it.
I think that was a very long-winded answer. It's what I haven't been in front of the board in a long time. It's great.
Go ahead.
Do you have a projected, I'm actually not very conversant with how we use brownfield TIFs. I understand what the concept is, but how long would it be that we would be not collecting taxes because Because this is going to be probably an expensive cleanup, so I'm
Yeah.
just wondering, yeah.
I mean, the statute allows up to 30 years. Rarely do we do a plan that lasts that long. I would imagine this to be significantly shorter. The benefit we have going is that it's a zero tax generating site now, which means we start with a baseline of 0. So that increment is going to go up quickly and produce enough money. It is the only reason we're able to do not only the remediation, but a significant amount of the off-site and on-site public improvements we're talking about, because we believe there will be a significant TIF. The benefit of the brownfield program, as well as you capture all the jurisdictions, not just the local ones, which really doubles loosely the amount of tax capture you can get from a site to pay for this type of work, which makes it a very, very flexible and usable program. And the other jurisdictions, specifically the school jurisdictions, are reimbursed from a fund from the state. So it's generally a no loss or a sum-zero game when it comes to TIF.
Could you also, just for our viewing audience, describe what the TIF program is?
Correct.
So that,
I'd be glad to. In the state of Michigan, under Act 381, is commonly referred to as the Brownfield Act. It is to deal with sites specifically like this. They are all over the state, former industrial sites. It is to help communities utilize private investment to clean up contaminated funding, because there is not enough money in the public system to deal with all of these sites. I don't want to belittle this site by calling it a minor site, but compared to significant contamination that the state and the feds deal with, it's kind of an orphan. The program was created to allow new investment, new development on a site to be captured by the taxing jurisdictions and then pay back private investment, to encourage developers and private investment not to move on to greenfield sites. What normally would happen with a site like this is when you add on the environmental cost, the remediation costs, or in some cases the additional public infrastructure and protections due care that go associated with a site like this, it does not become financeable. It does not work from a number standpoint for people to invest with it, which leaves the local holding the bag for the cost of the remediation of these, or they don't get handled at all. So when there is going to be development, when development is feasible on a site, it allows the capture of that increased value. The baseline, if there's a baseline, if there was taxes being generated from the site here now, those would all continue to go to the normal jurisdiction for the life of the plan. It would only be the increase above that baseline. In this instance, like I said, we have a publicly owned site which starts our baseline at 0, which allows the increment to go up significantly faster. Is that what you were?
yeah, no, that, I just wanted to make sure that
Every state has a
everybody's on the
different
same
version of
page.
it, depending on how you talk to. Michigan's is very flexible. It is a redevelopment statute. It is designed to create interest in brownfield sites and avoid developers jumping to greenfield sites. That's its intent. I'm sure there's a lot of debate about when and how it's appropriately used, but it is specifically designed for sites like this.
Great. Go ahead, Commissioner Lee.
Thank you. This question is for Patty. This has to do with the speed and the velocity of the migration from a timing standpoint. What's the practical kind of implications, and how quickly is this moving? And what is a reasonable kind of timeline for mitigation that you find to be, just trying to get an understanding of timeline here. This was obviously 50, 60 years in the making. So just wanted to get an understanding for velocity of migration.
Unfortunately, we don't have any aquifer properties out here yet, but I can tell you that Plume, if you take a look at the length of it, it's essentially been there for about 40 years. So it's slow moving, but it is across the street, so we have that. As far as remediation goes, benzene and TCE are actually quite easy to remediate. You get a decent aquifer. We have a pretty shallow, maybe 10-foot thick aquifer, so we probably can get the amendments into the ground fairly easy. We might have a little bit of an issue because I know we have a peat layer out there to deal with, but for on-site, essentially we could probably get it done in a couple of rounds of amendment. The permeable reactive barrier will have to be in for perpetuity.
Gotcha, understood. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'd just like to share with the commission, this model is, every brownfield plan is different and every condition is different. But I also want to share that we have a real-life example of the success in our community. The Beekman on Broadway project had contamination migrating towards the Huron River. And so that was a very similar opportunity where tax increment revenue from that development, as well as some other funds, have had a pretty significant and pretty short-term quick impact on reducing the contaminants in that area, breaking them down to, I'm sure I'm going to misquote it, but it's well over a 90% effective rate. So I just want to frame that this is not, a untested scenario that Mr. Delacourt is presenting.
Well, and I would add too, similar to other projects in the city, the environmental improvements and the remediation or the mitigation of the off-site migration has been far beyond what we had hoped for. People who buy sites like this, the way the law and the statute works, as long as they do their appropriate due diligence, if they're not the responsible party, they're not responsible to correct the off-site migration of the contamination. They're not held responsible for the sins of the past. There's a lot of conversation about whether that's the right way or the wrong way. I can assure you nobody would buy these sites if they were held accountable. What is helpful is that this tool allows us for them to go and get up the upfront financing, oftentimes for these very expensive mitigation, and to pay them for the due diligence, which monitors for them for years. And in addition to that, in partnership with some others, the TIF in its flexibility, we literally paid for some additional public infrastructure on that site and received dollar for dollar in affordable housing. So we used the TIF to actually subsidize some affordable units in the building, which in addition to the environmental parts of it, has the ability to be a flexible tool for the city to address other policy issues, which you've heard talked about with other projects, and will come into play with this one too later down the road, I'm sure.
Go ahead.
I think I have 3 questions, and I don't know who should answer them and whether they can be deferred. So I think my first question, though I feel like I may have just gotten an answer to that, which was these permeable wells, how would they impact the buildability, the buildability of the site, since they have to sort of go in and do the capture, and then they have to be tested again, and so like what impacts does that have for the developer? So that was like the first question. The second question was around the groundwater mitigation. So how does that impact the Allen Creek drain? And so is the groundwater filtering into that drain, or is it just in that sort of space? So I was just trying to understand how the drain works, because it is a flood plain, right? Or
it's both.
Okay. So that, I know that's going to come up later in our conversation.
Yep.
And then my third question was, how do these discoveries change the drain and the flow of that Allen Creek drain? So has the city thought about any changes to that, which would also sort of deal with the fact that it's, coming through the floodplain now that we see that there's some contamination in that site? So I don't know who would answer those, and I'm happy to take my answers offline if it's not appropriate to answer them now.
They're all certainly appropriate to discuss here. Some of them require a level of detail that we may have not gotten to yet. The first one is everything that in the remediation is designed around the ability to develop the site per the concept plans, and allow for the continuing due care and monitoring of those things going forward. If specific adjustments need to be made as details or corrections or adjustments are made as part of the final site plan approvals and other things when the development partner is brought on board, then we'll do that. But all of it is designed to work in tandem with that. Patty can correct me if I'm wrong. The second part, if I understand it correctly, I'm going to leave to Patty, because that talks about technical expertise and in the groundwater. What I can say, our primary focus with this, and I think this goes to the third part of your question, is to deal with the source material immediately from the extent we can with the site we own. There will be a significant amount more additional testing as this project goes forward. As a responsible party, we are not eligible to pay ourselves back through TIF. The sooner we bring that development partner on board, the sooner we have the initial brownfield plan in place, the sooner we can start to do the additional testing and identify where and how that TIF may be utilized to address not only the on-site contamination, but any impacts to the surrounding area, including the drain and other places, because it can be used on adjacent properties. So we will continue to have that conversation with our experts. This is just the first step to get what is the basic TIF plan in place, so we need to know the concept of development that is acceptable to the city. That will give us an idea of how much TIF will be generated. It will also give us what level of remediation we need to do and how and where we need to do it. And it will also seek the development partner to turn this kind of ownership of the brownfield plan outside of the liability chain and work with them to develop the full remediation plan, the full work plan which goes to the state, including the detailed issues as far as how to clean up the drain. And Patty, I hope you remembered the second question, because I didn't.
Yep,
So,
I got
okay,
it.
good. Thank you.
And I'll add to your first one about the buildability there. A permeable reactive barrier doesn't necessarily have to be infrastructure. It can just literally be taking a drill rig and putting some amendment into the aquifer without any infrastructure. And that is something that would get meted out during the bench testing, because some of the amendments are too thick to actually push through a well. You would just put through a borehole. But there would have to be some wells in place just to monitor contaminants, make sure we don't have any breakthrough. Secondly, the Allen Creek drain, and I think you asked about remediation and where is the contamination going. So Allen Creek drain is an old stream bed, so it is probably any contamination that's coming across the city and hitting Allen Creek drain is probably sliding along the old stream bed, or in some places getting into the Allen Creek drain. The Allen Creek drain itself is considered a Part 201 site, so it is considered contaminated because of what it carries, unfortunately.
Does that help, Commissioner?
No. Because it created another question, but if I could ask, so that we don't delay our time now, just that answer in writing, and then if I can follow up with it, and then it can go into the public record with the follow-up, so.
Absolutely. You can get back to me or Brett, and we can follow up with that, absolutely.
One more brief overview of the site. Sorry, Derek took all your time.
Yeah, I thought you promised just a little more than 10 minutes, right? Hi, everyone. Michael Johnson with Smith Group, lead our urban design team, and also a Fifth Ward resident. So excited to be here before you today. And we have just a couple of slides, which many of which should be familiar, as this is a similar presentation that we've both given to public and to this entity and to others as well. So we thought it was important, though, to give kind of the full overview of both where we've been and where we're going in the context of everything that Derek and Patty just shared. And then hopefully this gives additional information that's helpful for the action today that you'll be looking to make. Next slide. And we can go through these pretty quickly, because this slide is just the intent to catalog the direction we've received from both City Council and DDA, starting in 2019 through 2021, that kind of gave us direction to look at the site for redevelopment and affordable housing. Next slide. All the engagement and activities that we've had since 2019, both in person, online, and others. And so you can see this takes us up to May of 2021. Next slide. Where then we have also, through 2021 and early 2022 here, had some additional discussion with HDC, with some citizen participation meetings. And then I'll apologize for the last date here. There was a little bit of a pause, and then here we are in front of you all today. Next slide. So just a reminder, and this is a quick summary, based on all of that engagement, all of that outreach, there's been a series of community-driven goals that have risen to the top here that are essentially the baseline for the PUD area plan and rezoning that we're proposing. And it's all about remediation. It's about the tree line trail. It's about affordable housing. It's about the chimney swifts. It's about the character of the Old West Side neighborhood, and it's about acceptable floodway impact and improving the flood fringe condition, and then some additional discussion around what that means for the surrounding roads. And the concept, again, to kind of level set terms for everyone, this entire site is in the floodplain. There is a portion of the site in the floodway that is undevelopable, and then there's a portion of the site in the flood fringe that can be developed with certain considerations, right? The building would need to be above the 500-year floodplain, and so elevated to accommodate that. And so the framework that you see accommodates that with appropriate setbacks, an open space within the floodway, and a space for the tree line trail. And then an option and an opportunity, really, to preserve the chimney as we do this. As part of the supplemental regs in front of you today, I've highlighted a couple of key components that I think will be of interest. This supplemental regs for the area plan will require a minimum of 15 affordable housing units, or 15% of the total, whichever is greater. It also provides setbacks that are essentially greater than the D2 zoning would allow because of some of the adjacent land uses and setbacks from the residential units. So a front setback of Washington of 40 feet, side and rear setbacks. You can see accordingly as it kind of the building steps back. This is in response to some of the comments we've heard from neighbors. And then a maximum height total of 70 feet, which you'll see in the concept plan is intended to be towards the tree line trail portion of the site. And then a minimum of 60% open space, which is significantly higher than what you would see in other D2 sites. Are suggesting a parking maximum requirement for this site, so one per unit maximum. And then, special consideration here for efforts to preserve the chimney swift habitat and the chimney. And then special consideration for a minimum 30-foot wide easement for trail access from Liberty to Washington, including a minimum 15-foot non-motorized trail, which is in line with the recommendations of the tree line trail plan. So here's the concept area plan that is, recommended as in addition to the rezoning request, as was alluded to by Brett. Significantly more flexibility allowed within this component of it, but I think it does give a visualization of kind of what is possible with the rezoning here. And what's being considered would be access both from Washington and from Liberty, essentially at-grade surface parking to support residential units, with then elevated residential units and the components of the building that touch the ground to provide vertical circulation. And then you can see kind of in section, as you can imagine, a lot of concern and discussion from residents, specifically around the neighborhood, about how this contributes to the surroundings and the community, and we thought that these graphics were helpful in being able to kind of share what that consideration looks like in the context of some of the adjacent buildings, the YMCA. You can see Washington Street in the bottom there, and then the mark that comes up the hill, and then also the St. Paul's Church. And so then the next series of slides really depict kind of what could be a development, and we felt very strongly, have felt very strongly across this entire process that sharing transparently the possibilities, even though it's not included in the zoning, was very important. And so this graphic is a aerial perspective that shows what those setbacks actually mean, right? 40 feet, 50 feet, a 70 feet height, and then 35 feet off of the south and the west. And then, future site plan approval would, of course, need to consider how such a building might fit into the site context and the rich context of the Old West Side neighborhood, both the architecture and the site elements. Next slide. You can see an example again of what could be possible with the kind of zoning that we're anticipating here. A building that kind of puts the mass of it a foot closer to the tree line trail and steps back both from Washington and 3rd Street. Primarily residential building, parking at the ground level, and the opportunity for residential entrance and bicycle storage, et cetera, that would happen closer to Washington Street. We thought this graphic was important to share with neighbors and others as to how does this compare to what's there today. So in blue, you see that existing facility that does front directly on Washington Street. And this building, of course, sets back farther from that. And then just a couple of existing, eye-level views of what is there today from 3rd Street and what that might mean, this kind of massing and zoning might mean for the future. Looking here from Liberty, along where the tree line trail would come through, the mark on the left and the YMCA in the background. And then here on Washington Street. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we will move on to the public hearing for this. This is an opportunity for persons to speak up to 3 minutes. Oops, sorry.
Mr. Kowalski, do you want to add anything from a staff report?
Oh, sorry. We haven't done this for a little while.
I had a list, but Michael covered everything, so I was going to go through the supplement. Hoping you missed something, but I can help fill in the blanks on some of the supplemental regulations if we need to in a little bit as well. So thank you.
So
thanks, Michael.
If I could just add, there was one question I just want to highlight. You'll note that there was an access road around the building that does correspond or correlate very nicely with any sort of permeable reactive barrier that provides some space for both monitoring wells for medium and the like. That is sort of a happy accident, as the architects in the room know that doesn't always happen, but in this case, sort of the convergence of fire code and some environmental remediation approaches align. I do want to address also, there was a memo added to the packet late from Jerry Hancock, the city's stormwater or floodplain coordinator. And first of all, I'd like to thank him. He really put that together late. We did not include him on the original review. That was our bad. We should have. That should have been part of the review. As part of the rezoning, there wasn't a specific site here being proposed. This is the regulations. Nonetheless, that as you note from that memo, that there can be feedback on that. And I also want to frame that a little bit. I think you heard a little bit from Derek about trying to find mechanisms to achieve a lot of the city's goals. And that's been a thread through not only this site, but also a lot of the city sites that the city council has directed Jen Hall and the Housing Commission city staff to evaluate, because we are a built-out city. And on top of that, even that aside, it's really hard to always balance all of the goals on each site. And I think some of the tension or approach that Derek was framing, I think comes from that. I think as a community in partnerships with public-private partnerships, I suspect there's some battle scars there on both sides where, we went into that and the city starts adding different expectations and we're trying to solve a lot of different solutions on each site. And projects can really buckle under the collective weight of that. Nonetheless, I want to, highlight, this is a city-owned site. It's a perfectly valid recommendation to say we should do more as it relates to floodplain than some of the other goals that are being driven here, such as 15 or more units of affordable housing, such as the environmental remediation. I don't think that those comments come to say that we shouldn't do those things, but I think that in the absence of that mechanism that we have at our ready to jump in and do that, it really is a challenging policy balance and trade-off for both the Planning Commission and ultimately for the City Council going forward. So, so I just wanted to frame that it's really perfectly appropriate for, well, I don't think you often typically see that necessarily diversion of staff perspectives when you're seeing petitions. This is a really challenging site. And depending how we elevate different priorities for it, it might ultimately lead us to different outcomes as a community. So I just want to name that. If we have any, we need to follow up with any questions that you have, certainly either after or before your action, we can do so.
Great. Thank you. That was helpful. All righty. Now on to the public hearing. This is an opportunity for persons to speak up to 3 minutes about the West Washington project. We'll first call on individuals present to address the commission and then remote participants. To speak during this public hearing remotely, press star 9 if listening by phone, or use the raise the hand feature if viewing through the web link. For phone access, call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand using the last 3 digits of your phone number or by name if available for those accessing through the web link. You'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. When speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds so that we may hear you clearly. For either method of participation, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Is there anybody present that would like to be able to speak for their 3 minutes? Okay. Looks like anybody in line virtually for this.
We do. I'm sorry, I think there's some glitch happening, but we do have some speakers, so let's get started and see where we go. Caller with the phone number ending with 345. You can press star 6 to unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Kitty Khan, 5th Ward. I'm going to read part of that statement of Jerry Hancock. As was said, Mr. Hancock is Ann Arbor's Stormwater and Floodplain Programs Coordinator. Okay, here's part of the statement. The whole thing was too long for 3 minutes, so. The zoning of 415 West Washington is proposed to be changed from PL, public land, to PUD, planned unit development. The PUD standards per the Unified Development Code state that, quote, the use or uses proposed shall be consistent with the master plan, and policies adopted by the city or the applicant shall provide adequate justification for departures from the approved plans and policies, unquote. The concept plan to sell this city-owned parcel works at cross purposes to the city's floodplain mitigation efforts. Additionally, the concept plan to develop the site in a more intense way than its past and current state is inconsistent with the floodplain mitigation direction the city has established. The majority of the 415 West Washington Street site is in the floodplain of Allen Creek. The floodway portion of the site is being recommended for open space and the future tree-line Allen Creek Urban Trail. That is an ideal use of the floodway in this urban area. The remainder of the site is in the flood fringe portion of the floodplain. While codes do allow residential uses in the flood fringe, residential structures in the flood fringe increase the responsibility and cost of city emergency services in responding to flood events, create risk of occupants being injured in a flood, and floodplain construction is more costly. The United States Department of Housing and Urban Development prohibits spending federal money for residential uses in the floodplain for
30 more seconds.
As such, federal money will not be available for this proposal. The current proposal to rezone the land from PL to PUD, sell the property, develop it more intensely than the existing condition, and facilitate a large residential structure is inconsistent with the established floodplain mitigation policies of the city. Please listen to Mr. Hancock and do not go forward with this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Caller with the phone number ending with 194, press star 6 to unmute your phone, and you can address the Planning Commission for 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Rita Mitchell. I live at 621 Fifth Street. I live in the Fifth Ward, and I walk by this site daily. I echo the concern of the risk of flooding and call your attention to the duty of all of us in the city to protect the public health, safety, and welfare as described by Mr. Hancock in his message. And as we all know, within the context of climate change, that we'll be having increasing and more intense flood conditions with more rain. It'll be different in the winter when the ground is frozen. I really am also concerned about although there will be as a plan for remediation, what will be the effect of remediation in the context of this flood-prone area. It would be really good to have some information on that. I think that if we were to look at this, I sent you a message, if we were to say, let's consider this as if it was someplace far away from us, say on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean, we would be saying to people who would be proposing to build here, that's not a good idea. Let's not do that. And so I think that's what I hear in the message about the flood risk, and that I'd like us to be more prudent in this particular situation. We do not have to build everywhere, even though it's proposed. I think we should really take that risk under deep consideration, no pun intended, and I hope that you'll make a decision to not approve the project as proposed. It's too intense. There are other things we can do there, and let's talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
If possible, I am sorry to do this, but we're having a technical issue with our Zoom feed where I know that there are speakers who would like to address us, but I'm not able to admit them. What I'd like to propose is we take about a 10-minute break to see if I can troubleshoot this. We will continue the public hearing at that time.
That sounds fine.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, I'm going to call us back to order, and it looks like our trustee staff have figured out the technical issues that we were having, and that we will continue our public hearing for 415 West Washington.
Yes, sorry about the delay. Caller with the phone number ending with 534, press star 6 to unmute your phone, and you can address the Planning Commission for 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Tom Stahlberg again. I've got my Historic District Commissioner hat on now, former Historic District Commissioner for 6 years, and I was chair for 2 of those years. I'm very familiar with the site. Project proposals were brought before us. We had a wonderful consultant report that led us to designate it as contributing, and then it was voted on after I was off the HDC whether or not to allow demolition. I would have voted with my colleagues to permit demolition, by the way. I do have some issues from an HDC standpoint here. New buildings in the Historic District are supposed to be designed to fit into the Historic District. This one does not seem to be going that route. That should be done up front with the intent of fitting in. It seems like we're backing into that. I'd also like to read a section of the UDC, Article 4, 5.18.6 D1A. Premium options may be applied only to lots that are located entirely outside of a historic district and that contain no part of a floodplain. So what does that mean? That's referring to D1, D2, C1A, C1AR premiums. This is not a D2 that you're asking for here. Doesn't mean you can't do a PUD, but we shouldn't be using a PUD, if we are, to mimic any aspects of what is forbidden in our code. We can use a PUD, but if we use it, say, in my opinion, to go from 60 feet to 70 feet tall, extending D2 that extra 10 feet, as would be done in a premium, then we're inappropriately using one tool in our law, the PUD, to defy the intent of our own law. So I think you're going to have, among the many competing things that you have to deal with, I think you really need to deal with that. I don't think we can pre-entitle a legally sketchy, I'll call it, plan here. I think this really needs to be considered very thoroughly before moving further with that. In the staff report, it was said that the application was designed in conjunction with the community and the HDC. I would find that to be a bit of an overstatement. The HDC had 2 working sessions, and there was certainly not a blessing for this current proposal from the HDC. The HDC does have purview over height and massing, which is what's being proposed in an area plan. So this will have to go to the HDC. Not just for site plan issues, but for those issues. And the HCC might turn it down for those reasons. And we don't know. So I think that statement was aggressive, slightly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Juszkiewicz, you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Adam Juszkiewicz from the 4th Ward, 1430 Las Vegas Drive. It will be great to see this blight remediated and redeveloped. It has been crumbling and leaching chemicals into our watershed for far too long. I don't want to see this drag on for another decade or 2 and urge the city to move forward. This plan is acceptable. If anything, I think the proposed redevelopment is not intense enough. I'd rather see a shallower setback from Washington and more height, but I think this is a reasonable compromise. I like that flood fringe concerns are being taken into account and that we're preserving an important chimney swift habitat. I think it's entirely appropriate for the neighborhood, and I look forward to seeing this happen. Also, I really enjoyed the discussion about the brownfield TIFs. It was super educational. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. or Mrs. is drawn on the way. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi there. My name is Sarah Nisbet. I'm at 837 West Huron Street. And I just wanted to first thank the callers that raised the issue of the appropriateness of developing on this floodplain in the first place. I think that's something that should be taken quite seriously, especially given the changing climate that we see causing havoc elsewhere and here in our own state. In addition to that, as a resident of this neighborhood, a longtime resident of this neighborhood, there are two other considerations that I think any reasonable plan should take into account. And that is, first of all, affordable housing. I think since this is a city-owned property that you would be considering developing, having a higher rate of affordable housing in this development is appropriate, because we've seen so many people who have grown up in this town, who have contributed to the culture of this town, who can't afford to live here anymore, and creating more affordable housing to allow those people to continue to create community and culture and make Ann Arbor a thriving, interesting place is hugely important. So I would actually love to see that amount increased of the affordable housing. And additionally, I don't know if there would ever be a consideration. I feel like I saw some version of this plan that had commercial development as part of the plan, so that this plan might be developed in some ways similarly to the original parts of our own downtown, where you have commercial on the bottom, residential on the top. I imagine there might be something interesting that could allow smaller entrepreneurial artists type people to develop their businesses in smaller commercial sites at the bottom of some kind of development there, with residential units on top. So those are two considerations that I don't know that I've really seen as part of this plan, and just wanted to raise those concerns as someone who lives in the neighborhood and would love to see our town continue to develop in a way that allows everybody to sort of stay here and contribute to the community, and not just having exclusively affluent developments pop up.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 340. You can press *6 and address the Planning Commission.
Hi, Luis Vasquez. I live in Upper Lower Town. I support this plan, and just would like to say that the prospect of having more than 150 units of housing built, plus brownfield remediation, this is exciting to me. And I would echo Adam Jaskevich in saying that I would want to see even more housing built, so that, if developers propose to build taller there at 415 West Washington, I would be in favor of that. Not developing this site with a PUD or any other kind of development, I think may prove to be problematic in terms of toxic contamination existing on the site, spreading in case there were 100-year floods in the future. So yeah, the site needs to be remediated, and it would be really costly for the city to have to do that without using the brownfield and TIF incentives for a developer. And finally, I would just like to make the point that this discussion reminds me of the need for Ann Arbor and the Planning Commission and City Council to really get going the reforms to our comprehensive land use plan. We really need some drastic changes because we are in a housing crisis. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Julia Colvin, you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Uh-oh.
Yes, but you might want to mute one of your devices. I didn't say go away. No other speakers, unless you want to just pause for a minute and see if Ms. Colvin returns.
Let's give her, another minute to.
Oh, and some new ads. Caller with the phone number ending with 464. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Thanks. My name is Linda Burauer. I live at 421 3rd Street, which is between William and Jefferson. I'm fully in support of City Council's directive to assess all city-owned properties for affordable housing. Most of those are highly appropriate for affordable housing. 415 West Washington is not one of them. The extreme challenges of building affordable at this location has been acknowledged by staff since this site came under public discussion more than 3 years ago. Significant among them is that low-income housing tax credits can't be used for housing in floodplains per federal regulations because of the sordid history of relegating low-income and minority people to living in floodplains in cities across America, where they are most in danger of harm by floods. And our affordable housing millage can't be used in floodplains either for the same reason. So I think the idea that a private developer will be able to make the numbers work without the federal tax credits is a fiction. And if the developer makes a contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund in lieu of affordable units on site, I predict the developer would lower the purchase amount would lower the purchase amount by the amount given to the affordable housing contribution, thus making it a wash. So let's assume this will be completely market rate. If it's no longer appropriate to put low-income housing in floodplains, why would market rate be appropriate? So I want to address the issue of density. Density alone seems to satisfy one of our climate response and net zero strategies. Density will lead to less commuting time, thus reducing emissions, et cetera, valid point. But it's not the only strategy for climate response and net zero. Why does dense housing trump everything else in some people's minds? The solution to the climate crisis requires action on many fronts. Density is just one of them. We need to reduce emissions from gas combustion in housing. We need to landscape to collect rainwater and ameliorate stormwater overflows. We need to build and source clean energy. Again, why does this one strategy, density, trump everything else? We're afraid to prohibit gas hookups in new developments out of worry that it will disincentivize developers. So density trumps reducing on-site emissions from gas combustion. In the case at hand, we have a city-owned parcel virtually totally in the floodplain with the opportunity to convert it to green space, green infrastructure, in compliance with our flood mitigation policy and best sustainability practices as we face more frequent and intense rain events. And yet we want to stuff 150 and some units on top of parking in one of the few vacant floodplain parcels left in the city that we own. As Mr. Hancock states in your attached materials, it's contrary to the city's floodplain hazard mitigation policy. The city is buying land in floodplains and demolishing structures on them to open up our floodplains. Let's stop working at cross purposes. Let's move forward in a rational, multi-pronged approach to climate change and not privilege just one strategy, especially when that strategy is at cross purposes with other strategies and cancels them out. The problem was well articulated by Mr. Leonard.
Please wrap it up.
Shortly before the break. He said too many demands are being put on this floodplain parcel, many of which are across.
We need you to wrap this up. This is your 3 minutes, you're 20 seconds in.
Okay, thanks.
Can you move
just
on to
one
the next
more
speaker?
sentence. I just want you to look at it with an open mind and fresh eyes, and thank you very much.
Caller with the phone number ending with 644. You can press *6 to unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kathy Bora. I live at 1726 Charlton. A previous caller read part of Jerry Hancock's memo to the Planning Commission. And Jerry Hancock is our city expert on floodplains. I encourage you, the Planning Commission, to take his cautions about building residential units on the flood fringe of the 415 Washington site very seriously. 415 Washington is not a good site for residential development. Maybe some other kind of development, but not residential. Please reject the proposed rezoning from PL to PUD, and also reject the site plan which was shown tonight. Thank you so much. Please listen and pay attention to what Sherry Hancock has said. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other speakers are indicating a desire to address the Planning Commission.
Okay, I will read the motion, which is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends.
Sorry, we have Ms. Colvin back. One more.
Okay.
Julia Colvin, you can unmute and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes. Ms. Colvin, you can press the unmute button and address the Planning Commission. I really do wish I could help people. Last call, Ms. Colvin, if you can press the, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
We can
you have
hear
3
you.
minutes. Thank you for sticking with it. Go ahead.
Ma'am, we can't hear you, so I'd either get close to the speaker of your phone and try again. Perhaps we've just turned up the volume, so maybe give that a try. Not really. Are you on speakerphone?
No, I'm just on my phone. Well, the other speakers have given.
There you go. That's better. So speak. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'll
Just
give it one more shot.
there you go.
Our city has the opportunity to do something different with this property. We don't need another luxury pipeline. You could use an artist co-op or a train station or a farmer's and flea market and craft market or a food truck rodeo. The proposed capital plan is far too massive for this neighborhood, and it will not include affordable housing. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Anybody else in line, Mr. Leonard?
Caller with the phone number ending with 012, please press *6 to unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's 2 points I wanted to make. One, nobody mentioned at this point that the floodplain map that's being used is almost 10 years old. And so I'm not quite clear why there hasn't been a new map done in the meantime when this is such an important possible development. So I'd like you to take that into consideration. My second point is in the early stages of the public engagement process several years ago, there was a survey that had asked the community to rate objectives for the property. And looking at the rankings, the first out of 11 was remediating any potential environmental contamination. Number 2 was to maximize affordable housing units for 60% AMI households on site. On the bottom priority, 11 out of 11,
was selling the property and using the proceeds for affordable housing on another city-owned property. With that community input, though, somehow staff went ahead with their priority option to create a development scenario. This priority option, by the way, was not what those who attended the meetings chose. They chose a much smaller version. And as for the priority ranked number 2 for affordable housing, we've learned that this property cannot be used for affordable housing because there aren't federal credits for housing in the floodplain, because it's not good to have housing in floodplains. And our millage for affordable housing cannot be used either for that because it's in the floodplain, and also by the railroad tracks. So the reality is there will be no affordable housing units in the building, which is what priority number 2 was. And so now they want to use the credits towards other properties, which was the 11th priority. So the community engagement, I don't think the community has been listened to, unfortunately, in this project. I mean, I do appreciate the changes that have been made with some feedback, but I don't think anybody's hearing the overall picture that that this huge project is not really what the community wants. So in reality, it's kind of been a bait and switch. The lure the public to support a large building for affordable housing, and then now say, well, we can't do affordable housing here, but we've already planned this big building. So I'm sorry to say this whole process has not been community-led, which was what the original task was.
We need you to wrap this up.
Instead,
you're over time.
Instead, okay, I'll cede my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No other speakers.
No
All
other
right.
speakers.
I will read the motion, which is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve the 415 West Washington PUD Plan Unit Development District zoning with supplemental regulations. Do I have a motion? Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Dish. We are in discussion. Commissioner Dish.
So I do have a couple of questions about the project, and I first want to say that I really appreciated all of the presentations that we heard tonight. I appreciate all the work that has been done to try to balance competing objectives. And I want to say that one of the things I've learned in my really pretty brief time on council so far is that we can't expect every project to satisfy every priority. And I believe that we had about a 25-minute presentation tonight that was a litany of toxic sludge, not just toxic sludge, but moving toxic sludge. That's what we heard about. And so what is the urgent priority for this site? It is remediating the pollution. Interestingly, the public saw that too. But in order to remediate this pollution, this site has to, in effect, it's got to pay for that remediation because the city does not have the money. And so whatever goes on this site has to generate the tax capture that we will get through the Brownfield TIF plan to enable us to both clean up the site and do some of the truly forward-looking and desirable things that people wanted in this project. So with that, just setting the constraints within which my thinking, and probably that of others, is operating, I wanted to know, is there any way to address the desire for a more stringent stormwater management standard without sinking this project? Is there, can we elevate for the 100-year storm event? Wait, isn't 100 more stringent than 500? No. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I had it backwards. Ugh. Yes, now I understand. So we've already done it. We've already been more stringent. Yes, okay, so we're even a foot above that. Okay, I'm so glad. Okay, just for everyone who's listening, the 500 is more severe. It's not like less frequent. I was thinking frequency. So yes, I'm sure there are other people other than me who are very well-informed who get confused as well. So actually then, is there anything left? We are already more stringent than what we ask right now private development to do. Who would that be directed to?
Well, if I could just add, so this is being designed consistent with our requirements.
Mm-hmm.
So we set forth requirements in our code that says when and how you develop. You've recently adopted a floodplain overlay district. This is consistent with that. When the site plan, if the site plan follows, when that happens, a lot of those details will be addressed. But I think that's the tension you heard from some public comments and you see from other staff, from Jerry Hancock's review as well, is do we want to choose to do something more? Right now, there is a building in the floodplain there. So removing that building is going to greatly enhance that. This proposed plan is consistent with our regulations. It would not be, if the goal is maximum fidelity to floodplain management, the ideal would be to remove that and not replace it with anything. That can create, as I think you're hearing and you're alluding to, trying to find the balance of meeting environmental remediation, affordability to the extent that we think that it's viable, the tree line trail, preservation, a lot of the chimney, a lot of aspects have been brought to this project, and it is a bit of a gauntlet trying to find the way that we can achieve as many of those in a financially viable manner to achieve those.
Can I just be clear? I am not saying that we should remove a building and not replace it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking if there's anything more that we can do. And due to my sad confusion about the 500-year floodplain, I was hoping there'd be such an easy thing. But I understand that we are removing a building that's already in the floodplain. There's also an enormous amount of compacted soil on that site, and that will be mitigated. And maybe that was about what he was going to say. Can we list anything else that we are doing to improve it over the condition that it is now? Or is that all we can say at this point? That's an okay answer.
Not only will any development there be designed consistent with our regulations, that has never happened in the past. So stormwater measures there are non-existent now. So, you can see I am tripping. I am not the expert to say that there are measures that we would do even above and beyond the standards, but I think that there's going to be a commitment. You heard about the ethics that I think ultimately it's to some extent going to be driven by the city council, but at a minimum, we're going to meet those standards. There might be other measures, but we don't have the detailed engineering now, nor do I have the expertise to tell you that, yes, it's going to exceed 500 year or what. At a minimum, removing structures from within that site at their current elevation is going to be an improvement. But again, certainly not as much of an improvement as doing that and not putting anything else there.
Maybe I can help just level set some of the flood concerns and green infrastructure concerns as well. I mean, I think I've heard a lot of the concerns from our neighbors and also practice in the space. I think there are two components here. I do think there is a health, safety, and welfare component about actually having residential units above a 500-year flood elevation so that units don't flood and you can evacuate residents should that be a concern. Now, let's also remember that we're 12 feet out of the air, so every residential structure that you can imagine around that area that's less than 12 feet out of the air and not up the hill would also be in that issue. So I want to just level set some of those things. The other thing is from a flood concern, in the floodway, we actually want to get water out. You want, in a flood event, you want to get water to move towards the river, right, in that scenario. So I do think there are some measures that we can do to infiltrate here, if we can do that around all the other contaminations concerns that you're hearing, which would have a positive impact on the surrounding neighborhood, because it is, let's just assume everything there, as you said, is compacted and is running off. So I think that those are the two components that I think that we want to just level set when people have concerns about flood and green infrastructure and the neighborhood. And there are some things, as has been stated, that we can accommodate here with the PUD, but other things that will happen later at a site plan level that I think will be important to continue to advocate for. I hope that, is that helpful?
Yes.
Commissioner Weich.
Mrs. Hall, would you come up? Just want to get you on the record about the affordable housing since you're in the room and you've been here the whole time. If I'm reading correctly, this PUD is noting required affordable housing. Is that correct?
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
It says a minimum of 15 units, which the city would manage. Is that correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
When manage might mean.
I'm sorry, but you would have access to place people from our list of who might be looking for affordable housing. Do they come through the Housing Commission and then they would be placed into this unit? Or would it be purely for the developer to set that aside?
Sorry. Right now, the way that the units that are in market rate buildings that are affordable, new ones that are coming online, there's a wait list that's actually managed by the Office of Community and Economic Development.
So by the county?
By the county.
Okay.
And so it's a public access wait list, and they do the income qualification.
Okay.
So we only manage the wait list for anyone who's in the voucher program or living in our housing.
But our voucher program can't be used for this housing because of the flood?
Not necessarily. The people could move in there with a tenant-based voucher, potentially, but they wouldn't necessarily be placed there by us through our wait list.
Okay.
They would be searching like anyone else in the community.
So they
for
would
place.
come with their own sort of say payment to say, you have to accept this payment and now it's affordable and so I can move in.
Right.
Okay. And then the PUD also notes that it would either be 15 units dedicated or 15% of the total amount of units. So it could be more, depending on what site plan we see from a future developer. Or it could be a payment into the fund.
That was where I was asking Derek, because I thought there was a payment option. And so, yes, that is an option.
Correct. I just wanted to, since you were here and we all trust and believe in your voice, I wanted to hear it from you. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
I do want to add, because I think it's been mentioned, just real quickly, the thing that can't happen and why it doesn't fall under Jennifer's umbrella as far as affordable housing is because of the flood fringe, it is fair to say that it can't be a LIHTC deal, a 9% tax credit deal, that's correct? Yeah. Which is oftentimes how we fund, or how Jennifer or other affordable housing agents fund affordable housing. Because of the restrictions on federal money, that money can't be used here to offset it, which is why some of the help of the Brownfield TIF and other programs to offset the costs are helpful in this situation.
But it is not true that there will not be, sorry, double negatives here.
It's okay.
It is true that there will be affordable housing units attached to this PUD.
Correct, and it's stated right in the PUD.
Okay, we just heard a caller who said that where the comments from the first community engagement ranked affordable housing high, and her comment indicated that there would be no affordable housing. So I just wanted to correct the record to make sure that everyone understands what we understand, which is there will be affordable housing units available in this development because it's attached to the PUD.
Yeah, the big difference from the original public engagement and comment is, if it was feasible, we know the primary goal for use of these properties would have been to do 100% affordable housing projects. That does not work on a financing standpoint on this site. It does work on some of the other sites and some of the other sites in combination. On this site, that can't be the driver of the financing of the whole project. But due to what we're able to do and the concepts and other things, we think that the concepts pro forma will allow for the inclusion of that 15% at 60% AMI or less, is what we're working towards.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lee.
Thank you. Just reprising PUDs in general, looking at the UDC, just trying to make sure that we apply this. So permitting flexibility in the regulation of land development, encouraging innovation in land use, variety in design, layout, and type of structures. I think that's relatively in line. Achieve economy and efficiency in the use of land, natural resources, energy, and provision of public services. Encouraging the provision of open space, we have 60% here. Providing adequate housing employment, expanding supply for affordable housing dwelling units, sites with unusual topography and exhibiting difficult or costly development problems or any combination thereof. PUDs aren't allowed to be used for avoiding imposition of standards, but rather to, again, serve to achieve the stated purposes above. So to my reading of this, I do believe that it fits this concept of a PUD. So I think that the approach here makes sense to me. I wanted to have some discussions around the supplemental regulations as we see them here. So this is for the petitioner. There's a maximum of 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. That's something that I saw, and I just wanted to question kind of the thought process behind that. Whether, what's that regulation? Where is that coming from?
I don't know if other folks want to jump in, but I'll tell you from a staff perspective, the city has had a lot of development recently of very large unit size, 5 and 6 bedrooms. And those are, I think that time will tell the flexibility and utility of those to evolve to different uses from a primarily student housing. And so part of the intention here was frankly to perhaps restrain the development here into a more long-standing model of housing that has, frankly, a longer track record in a lot of communities as evolving for different uses, maybe for families, for older generations, for younger generations, than a 5-6 unit type of prototype. So that was part of the intention is, I guess, to use a more familiar, longer standing model.
Gotcha.
I don't know if the team wants to add anything else to that.
No, I would say exactly that. Land values in the downtown are driving density at a student housing design set. We do not, would not, and cannot pick and choose who lives in a building. We don't care if a student lives in this building or not. That's not what we do, but we can, because we own the land, have some impact on the land value and then reduce the number of units or bedrooms per unit to make it a more traditional setting. I'm sure students will live in it, I'm sure non-students will live in it, but it was a deliberate attempt to not having the 5 and 6 bedded units through the use of the PUD.
Gotcha. Thank you for that response. That helps to clarify. Next, I want to talk about the setback regulations, the 20 minimum, 40 maximum. And I think I heard one of the callers talk about, maybe it can be closer. So I just wanted to also hear from the petitioner regarding the community discussions that led to the 20 minimum setback requirement off of Washington Street. I mean, also the holes also make sense from that standpoint for remediation purposes. But
yeah, so maybe we can just go the other setbacks first. They are primarily driven by fire access.
Got it.
And so it also does help, setback from some of the residential uses adjacent. A lot of discussion, as you can imagine, about the setback off of Washington Street. And I would encourage everyone to continue to read everything that we've posted online because all the notes are on there, and please hold us accountable for this. If I could summarize some of the comments, generally concern about alienating some of the single-family residential uses that happen along Washington Street. And so is there something that we can do with the setback here to make that feel more intentional? And so we did then go back and forth between should that be maximum 40 feet? Should it be a required 40 feet setback, which is 40 feet is kind of generally in line with the
Homes.
the fronts of the homes. 20 feet gets you a little bit closer to the kind of fronts of front porches and other things. And so, I think the discussion that we landed was some flexibility within there. They're also, to layer on this, again, these are very complicated, the chimney falls within that, right? And so we think best practice to maximize the opportunity to maintain that chimney through construction and give you the best chance for the habitat for swifts to maintain there is to be 40 feet back from the curb, because then you can have a chimney that continues to sit proud. So those, again, are the considerations. We wanted to have the flexibility, because if during the design process there's a discussion that said, for whatever reason decides that it's infeasible to maintain the chimney, then a developer might have some flexibility to think about something a little bit closer. What this did not do was give you the opportunity to build a building that goes all the way to the curb on Washington. And so the other, and I don't know, there's a series of discussions about this, but the other thing that does is we haven't solved Washington Street, right? There's a larger discussion in our community that needs to happen about Washington Street. I was just there with my son at the YMCA, and it's, continues to be a challenge. And so does additional space give us the opportunity to think about how modes travel through that in some way was the other thought. So
Gotcha.
I hope that's helpful.
No, that definitely answers my question. Thank you. And also, activation through a parking lot being kind of up to the streetscape is a little challenging. You could use some kind of different, again, materiality to create an aesthetic kind of attraction, but that definitely helps. The minimum 60% open space, this is actually probably for you as well. Does the current site plan currently have, is that 60% of what we see? Is that the flood fringe relative to the rest of the site?
The 60% includes some of the setbacks, includes the floodplain. It's a little bit less than what we're showing on the kind of potential area plan. But again, given the comments about open space and given the discussion of the space in the community, we felt that having that higher percentage of open space here was important, and we're being responsive to the community here as well.
Gotcha. Great. Thank you. Last thing is on height limitations at 70 feet. And I think, to me, the concept of having parking at the front level, right? So you're at 12 feet, maybe 15, just after materials and et cetera. So, I mean, we're basically promoting 5/1, right? So we're doing stick-built on a podium deck.
Right.
So were there ever discussions regarding, do we provide, is 70 enough for making sure that we have, mechanicals kind of on top, et cetera? So can you kind of lead me through the thinking on the establishment of the 70 feet here, or the proposed 70 feet?
Yep, it was allowing for a 5/1 with the additional space needed for floodplain and then the components on the rooftop here. So it was not able to be accomplished with the 60 feet. So needing the extra space here was important. I think there are still opportunities then to continue, as we've said in the setbacks, and require that to kind of step back as you get closer to 3rd Street.
Sure. Yeah, for me, a diagonal kind of makes sense, some level of a diagonal restriction, but that allows massing towards actually even higher than 70 feet from my standpoint. Based on everything that I've heard tonight, it's my opinion that I do not believe that a blighted, contaminating parking lot is the highest and best use of this site. So I think that we do need to take some level of action with respect to this. It seems to, again, fit within the description of the PUD. I do hold Jerry Hancock's comments pretty seriously as well with respect to the hazard mitigation plan and its contrary nature to it. But again, policies based on trade-offs. So I'm generally in support of what I see here. I would probably push for a little bit of additional height to allow flexibility in the event that, again, just looking strictly at 5/1, you may be constrained from a height standpoint. Maybe you have 4 floors. So, yeah, that's basically where I stand. Thank you for my time. Thanks.
Commissioner Abrams.
Thank you. I wanted to start maybe just by going back to Commissioner Weich's question about payment in lieu versus units on site. So my understanding of what the caller was saying is that because payment in lieu is an option, that they are skeptical that there will be units on this site. And that seems like an important clarification because I think there are members of our community who would value units on this site, close to downtown, close to public transportation, close to amenities. And so I maybe just wondered maybe this is for you, Jen, what you could imagine the consequences might be of not allowing payment in lieu and requiring units on site, and whether that's a possibility or something that there's any precedent for doing.
I mean, there's definitely precedent because that's what happens right now.
Yeah.
The challenge with the current policy, not just within the brownfield policy, but also with the other zoning requirements, is that it is when you look at the income ranges, I guess I'll step back a bit. So this is something I've studied a lot because it's something I care about a lot. And we looked all around the country for models of mixed income and what works. And when you think about income ranges from 0 to millionaire, let's just say, so you've got a range, the folks that have studied this say that the closer you are in the range, the more successful your housing is going to be. So if you have, for example, chronically homeless households off the street with other low-income households, that can work, but it doesn't work with moderate to high-income households. And because of the cost of this development and the fact that there isn't a significant amount of subsidy and the fact that we need a tax-paying entity to take advantage of the brownfield TIF, there is going to be higher income households to solve all these other problems. Like, this is not the best site, and I say it all the time, like, this is not the site I'm looking to solve the affordable housing problem in the city. If there are units that do get included, great. I mean, we'll make it work. People come off the wait list. It's going to be people at the higher end of the income. It's going to be people closer to 60% AMI. It's not going to be folks that are at the lower end of that income range, and those folks need housing too. It is not necessarily a model that a lot of developers know how to make work, and so it's harder when you have a market rate developer trying to incorporate those low-income housing units in the management of their project. It doesn't mean it can't be done. It's done. I prefer cash in lieu to go towards the lower end folks that are doing affordable housing, that's their model. Those are the people they serve all the time. And so I'm in favor of that. I would not have a problem if there's units included, though. We're doing that right now. It's not the end of the world.
Thank you. No, thank you. So that perspective and your expertise is appreciated. Does that clear up your question, Commissioner Weich?
If there's a friendly amendment to the PUD, I'm happy to strike the or if that's what we think is on the table.
I'm not proposing that.
Okay,
I think I trust the experts who say that is the best way forward. I just wanted to clarify what the caller, I think, was referring to, which is that it's possible / likely that there will not be units in this building.
I think if we, just because you asked, and I have a thought about it, at 60% AMI, it's $1,500 a month?
Roughly, it's people, for like a one-person household, it's about $50,000.
Right.
It goes up a little bit for each household size above that.
Yeah, so if we're in the 60% of AMI because of our median income ranges, it's not at 30 and it's not at 0. So when we talk about this as affordability, I think it's important to have that context of what do we actually mean when we say affordability. So when I heard the caller, what I was hearing was this is just going to be another market rate development that's not going to have any affordability into it. But my reading of the PUD seemed to say something different. So that's what I was trying to clarify. I appreciate the secondary clarification that you are bringing, which is all of that can go away from the units. And I have sat at this table and have advocated, and I do advocate for us having affordable units in our market rate so that we are not concentrating all of the low-income housing in one development or in one part of our community, because then that overtaxes our amenities within our city. So we have 2 Title I schools inside the city because of how the housing is working and where the affordable housing is, and those kids are trapped in some sense in those communities. So like you, I think I would love to see the units in this actual development, because it would give those families access to the resources that the higher income stratas just take for granted because of their access to the wealth. So,
I mean, one encouraging piece of this puzzle is that this is one of 10 sites being looked at by the city for the development of affordable housing, and many of those other 9 sites are within blocks of this one, right? So let's keep that in mind. So, okay, shifting for a minute then, maybe back to setbacks. I wondered about, I think I saw correctly that there's a 10-foot maximum setback along Liberty, but there's no building proposed at that. So can you help me understand what that means? Or is it a typo? Like, is it a 10-foot minimum?
It does say 10-foot maximum. I think that was originally entitled in case to allow for some flexibility that may also include any accessory buildings. I wasn't involved with the project directly when we drafted that section of it. Not sure if Michael has any additional background, but that doesn't
But does that mean you have to build up to
require
within 10 feet of Liberty, which doesn't work currently with the, or, yeah,
it does have a maximum in there, so.
Well, it would be along that property boundary, but I still think that.
But there's a version of this where there's no building
Yeah.
in that part of the site at all.
I think that should be a minimum.
Yeah.
That seems like the intention, maybe? So we can
That
come
would-
back to that as a friendly amendment, maybe? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's unlikely because of the floodway is makes up most of that. But I think the intention there should be that it's a 10-foot minimum that would create a minimum in the event that some development did happen close to that Liberty Street frontage.
Okay.
Yeah, my apologies for that.
No. Well, yeah, and then I guess we could talk about whether 10 is the right number to be a minimum if the minimum is 20 on Washington.
Oh, it's perfect.
10 is perfect, okay. And then I had a question just about the definition of street wall when the ground level is parking. So this could be for Mr. Kowalski or Mr. Leonard, but does the street wall start at the ground even if it's open?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cut the street wall, it would be for anything that's part of the structure on that line, correct. So that would include the parking,
Okay.
enclosed parking. Well, it's not fully enclosed.
It's not, right.
It's not going to go in front of the building.
Covered, it includes the covered the first floor of covered parking at 12 feet.
Sorry, not enclosed, but it goes up
It's
from
considered
that
part of the street wall.
Correct.
Got it.
That establishes the street wall.
So the minimum of a 2-story or 3-story street wall includes the parking as
Yes.
one of those stories. Great. Thank you. Those are my clarifying questions for now, and I will pause for the moment. Thank you.
Commissioner Sauvé.
All right, we're going to go back to affordable housing. Really, hopefully really briefly. We talked about TIFs, so being able to have flexibility to cover things like remediation, but it was also alluded to that the TIF might be able to help capture things for affordable housing because LIHTC and other things are not on the table. Is that true?
We have used TIF and other examples to pay for eligible activities, i.e. public infrastructure, in a greater amount than we normally would agree to if the developer agrees to provide a certain number of units of affordable housing for a certain period of time. So we have bent the program to meet that goal in the past.
Okay.
I don't know if we'll do that here. We need more detail, but it is possible.
Okay. Would that, hearing that, it sounds like it would have to be on site then at that point, that a TIF would never be able to capture something for payment in lieu?
I don't know if that's true.
Okay.
We have used it, and it is a very flexible program. If a developer, as part of a reimbursement agreement, was willing to pay in lieu for
Yeah.
affordable housing, and then we found corresponding eligible activities to pay for, I don't see why that wouldn't work.
Okay. So there is an option in a financial model with the developer that they could bundle a lot more of their TIF to cover tree line, remediation, and affordable housing, and that affordable housing might go payment in lieu, get compounded by the leveraged areas and other sites as well.
It is possible. We are pushing the boundaries
Yep.
of 381. So far, nobody has pushed back.
Yep.
We're comfortable saying that public. We've said it publicly. We've gotten the state to sign off on that. The state does sign off on the use of school tax and other jurisdictions to pay back eligible activities. We have more flexibility with our own local taxing jurisdiction, but so far, the state has approved the other jurisdictions in similar utilizations.
Okay, so I'm going to push a little further. So it's the use regarding the PUD has a requirement of affordable housing, but it could be payment in lieu. Otherwise, its uses in D2. And so right now, it's mapped out and assumed to be residential and meeting residential guidelines by being on this podium. But there's nothing restricting it, as I see in the supplemental regulations, to this being office space, artist studios, correct?
There's nothing that restricts it from being there?
Correct. Like if a development partner came along to purchase the property, I imagine like the RFP might have some priorities, if there's different RFPs coming too. But if somebody came along, offer the city, 10% above asking rate, they could be.
Yeah, definitely. And that was part of the intention of setting the floor of affordable units, so that even if that happened, there's still an affordable housing benefit is going to be realized.
Okay. So that's how, we could realize the benefit off-site. Some of the benefit on-site regarding the PUD could be like the tree line trail and the remediation, but in the end, we might get an office. I just want to work through all the scenarios to kind of think through that option. Okay. And then for the tree line, I think that's it for affordable housing. I just had those two kind of clarifying things.
Can I clarify two things that were discussed tonight? One is that HUD does prohibit building anything in a floodway, floodplain, anything flood. We've literally had properties that had a portion of a site like this strip that was in the floodway, and we had to do a land division and essentially donate it to the county drain commissioner, but we still built on the site. That HUD just said you can't have a portion of it at all touching any part of your site. That is not true for the IRS for tax credit purposes. It's just that the state of Michigan administers a tax credit program, and they've decided to adopt similar rules. It's not a federal requirement. Just to clear that up, I know it's very bureaucratic, and then Donnell, about the the mixing of, families and opportunities in schools, which I wholeheartedly agree. One of the issues with what has been developed that has included units, they don't tend to be family-sized units. And so it just depends on what ends up being here, just to be clear.
The easement would be the property is maintained with the developer, and there's a maintenance agreement with the tree line, or it would be donated?
To be determined, but part of the
Okay.
public benefit is allocating that space permanently to that use.
And that's going to be developed as part of the project, and then it could be held on the developer, or it could be donated after. There's some looseness in there relative to an actual project plan.
Yes and no. You'll see that there's minimum standards, a minimum of a 15-foot wide path. I think there's aspirations of the plan for more amenities there, so those things could be incorporated at the outset. They could evolve over time, but at a minimum, the public measurable benefit is dedicating the land, building the non-motorized path.
Okay. Final question is probably for you, which is rezoning goes to city council.
Yeah.
When this project comes back after it's rezoned PUD, would the actual project go to city council, or would it end here with approval from planning commission?
It would be a site plan for approval by planning commission.
Okay. So this is the only chance for city council to kind of review and understand the impact of this.
And so if I could, to the question of options on affordable housing, I wanted to highlight that. So it would be perfectly appropriate for the planning commission and or the city council to say, we don't want the option. We want to make sure whether it's an office, whether it's a residential, we want units in that building. our ordinance recognizes either as a benefit. It says right now that either you can provide units or you can provide a payment in lieu. We are following that guidance and that regulation in these regulations. And I would just want to be clear, it is yes, that modification could be made, but in the event that that becomes a desire, a pivot point for this project that wants to seek a payment in lieu versus providing units, then it requires a rezoning. It's not a transaction decision of the city to say, no, we really, as part of our sale, we're going to require you to go this option. It would require the rezoning as well. So it can be done, but I just want to clarify that is part of trying to set the table in a way to the guardrails, as Mr. Delacorte indicated, as to what the possibilities are. The more those are constrained, the more they're constrained without going through the entire process again.
Great. That's it for me. I think Commissioner Lee actually outlined a lot in terms of the PUD standards, and I wanted to push to the current assumption versus what other options we might see in terms of use, and I still feel like it meets those standards, and I look forward to supporting it.
Commissioner Mills.
I'm going to keep on that topic because that's what I often try to do, is figure out what we ultimately see, especially with the concept plan. When we're at the concept plan stage, may not be what we see when we get a site plan. Thanks this side of the table for picking a lot of the things off of my list already. I also want to thank the team, thank Mr. Johnson for designing a very ugly building on your slide, because again, people get tied into what it looks like, and I think it's really great that it is a block. The only couple of things, Commissioner Abrams, amazing on Liberty. I also had that. And height. A couple of the things that I picked up on the south side, along the south property lines, the standard says 35 feet, what's shown is 40. And I don't know if that's not crazy off, but I just thought I would note it. So I don't know if it's not possible, if what they really need is 40 feet for any kind of fire lane, then I would maybe do that. I would note, just for everybody, and this was in the staff report and kind of the comparison, it's 68% open space that's shown, even though 60% could be allowed. The bigger difference, I think, is in the FAR, right? And actually, this is more of a question. I didn't see an FAR limitation. Did I miss it? It's 200%. Okay, and
it's on the underlying zoning, not on a PUD.
well, I was gonna say, can we talk about that? Because I took it to be so many of the things are with D2. What's shown is 123%. And there was a note in the staff report that, this is 200, but maybe I missed that part. I didn't actually compare it. It's not, is it articulated? That's for staff. On page 3 of the regulations. Of the supplemental regulations?
No limit.
Can I clarify? Is that okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's at D, in D2, the maximum is 200%. So if it's not specifically limited in the supplemental regs, the D2 zoning applies, right?
Right, the underlying standards of the D2. But we could certainly add it into the regulations specifically. But it's meant to, these were the additional standards, so anything else is subject to the D2 regulations. That's not called out.
Got it. Okay. So that's where there's the biggest gap. And actually, I'm glad that we talked about that. So that's the biggest gap that I see in terms of what we saw in the blocky building and what could come back. And so I guess the question is that even attainable? What would that look like? Because my sense is that it is actually not, it's the situation where you're not preserving the chimney. There's something wrong with the chimney, and so you're building up to 20 feet rather than 40 feet, and that's how you get more FAR, but I just don't know where else on the site, because it seems, like.
Yeah. I mean, maybe just, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but the calculations that we've done with the setbacks that we're proposing, you can't get to 200% FAR.
Okay.
Building a residential.
Okay.
Building.
Got it. And some of that is also because of the additional setbacks from the west side properties, right?
And we can't build in the floodway and all of those kind of things, right?
Okay.
So.
All right. Super. For what it's worth on the Washington side, like, I really appreciate the flexibility, because at least in the one, and I'm there every day, twice a day or more. I mean, 20 feet will feel like so spacious compared to what the current situation is. And 40 actually feels a little bit far, considering what's there. And I appreciate like seeing what it looks like and that it's scaled so that you are right up against the chimney, in case that is to be preserved. But I would also just say, I'm really glad that there's some flexibility there. I think that, the only other thing that just got brought up, which is about the public benefits. In 2B, so where it's talking about the tree line trail and a non-motorized path, right now in the bit between Felch and the fish park, which I don't know what that's there is, it's wood chips. And I want to make sure that this is not wood chips. Would wood chips count as, for 2B, as effectively building a 15-foot wide non-motorized path? Like,
as it's written now, it's up to us to decide. So it would be for us to set that expectation. City specifications, my non-engineering expertise would say that it probably couldn't be, because if this is going to be part of public infrastructure, it's going to have to meet ADA.
Okay. And my recollection of the wood chipped part that I'm thinking of was that was the easement. It wasn't actually like building
it's an
up
additional, yeah.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure. I'll go on the record by saying let's not wood chip it. Like, I don't.
The language now would be you putting your faith in the city to approve the right specifications.
Well, I don't want to write what the specifications are right now. And again, it's not. We shouldn't write concrete, right? Like maybe there's. I don't know what that is, but not wood chipped non-motorized path would be the only amendment that I would offer. But I'm not actually going to offer that. I'm going to trust that saying this, I put my faith in the city, and will happily be the friendly amendment to the Liberty maximum to minimum to maximum. I can't remember maximum to minimum amendment. Okay.
And you have
Yes,
so
sir.
many staff here, we're going
Oh,
to
great.
just bombard you. It's going to, I would assume, Michael and I were talking, that the construction of it will be part of the final site plan approval, though, as well. So you will see that when the site plan comes back.
Okay.
What the final construction and the final configuration of that is.
Got it. And
including
so I
materials.
should I still be on planning commission at that time? Because I just love spending my Tuesday nights here. I will make sure it's not wood chips.
I didn't hurt.
That's true. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark, is that a hand?
Just a quick question about the setback. If there is some discretion, like if the chimney swift, we mentioned that, and going down to 20, is there really any drawback on Washington going to 10 feet since the bridge that's right there, the sidewalk is already like kind of right up against the street there, and so the street wall is kind of continuous where it is in the existing building footprint. I'm wondering if the opening up of that, like in the case that we did get a 20-foot setback there, might kind of change the enclosure of the road a little bit, and opening it up and then increase traffic speeds to that bridge, which then kind of puts the pedestrian right at the edge anyway. So I guess I'm just curious if there's any way that there's staff discretion if we were to change it to say like, 10-foot minimum setback on West Washington, but then if there was a plan that, the chimney sweeps, and you said the interaction between chimney sweeps at 40 foot, I don't know if there's any contingency room there for the plan on the setback. What others might think of that.
Well, the short is it could be crafted in whichever way we desire. Again, this is trying to strike a balance of, there's a lot of factors. Like, I think that's a great observation. It's a pretty tight urban to the street, experience as you head east. But we also heard a lot of community feedback about responding more to the residential properties to the west. So if we were to say a 10-foot, I think that would harshen that transition there to bring that building tighter to the street there. If you wanted to sort of tighten the experience, I think it is also going to have minimal impact, because so much as you head east is not going to be building anyhow, because that's the floodway where the tree line is going to be. So you're really only talking about that portion sort of roughly equivalent to where the building is now anyhow. So that's a long way of saying if you wanted to do it, you'd have to find the balance of that transition. I think that as Mr. Johnson said, there was a lot of discussion about it, but this seemed like a reasonable balance, sort of referencing both the porches, the line of that home, and some flexibility for that chimney and the swift habitat.
Any other questions? I have one about the floodplain. In the supplemental regulations, it says that the finished floor needs to be a foot above the, 500-year 0.2%. However, when Mr. Johnson was speaking, he talked about it being the finished floor being like 12 feet up. So I'm just curious, have you all kind of thought about what that would be? I feel like if it's only a foot above, it's problematic in terms of sort of what I'm seeing with grades. It's like your car parking would be digging down in there, which I think would not be smart. I don't think we want a hole. We don't want to draw the water.
No digging.
So, and it seems like, part of the issue for folks calling in is the whole thing around safety and getting people, out of these being out of harm's way. And, if this is indeed 12 feet above, like you were alluding to, you're starting to hit the finished floor of what the buildings are halfway up Washington Street. So in other words, you're way, way up, like there are many other houses underwater before this thing would flood.
Yes.
And so I'm just wondering do we want to be a little bit more, do we want to give them the freedom to set it, and if these aren't perfect in terms of looking at the city's GIS and stuff like that, but it looks like, the 500 years about at 50 or 804-ish, 804.5 or something like that. That means the finished floor would only be 805.5, which is, again, if you're digging down to be able to get cars under, there's no way you're going to have the clearance, to be able to park cars under there without digging a hole. So I'm just wondering, do we want to tie ourselves to this 1 foot above the 500-year thing when that may set up something that we don't really want in terms of how the site design works?
Well, I'm going to lean on staff, but I think the 1 foot above 500 is the regulation, right? That's the ordinance.
That's the current code.
We are tied to it. It's not a choice. We are holding ourselves to the same standard we would hold any other residential development in the flood fringe. Part of the debate about this is certainly Mr. Hancock's memo, and Mr. Hancock is the city expert on this, is supportive of the aspirational goals of the hazard mitigation plan. That plan in action, per the Planning Commission and City Council, is the adoption of regulation, similar to the master plan and the zoning ordinance. There's a lot of things in the master plan the Planning Commission and City Council wishes they could enforce development when it came forward, but if it's not codified in an ordinance, it becomes very difficult. where Mr. Hancock is correct here is that the city owns the site and we could choose to do it on our own. What we have chose to do in recognition of the balance of everything we've talked about tonight is that agreed to meet a minimum of that 1 year above 500 because it is the ordinance requirement. We think there has been a lot of discussion from the city's floodplain staff, city council, the planning commission, in setting that level, saying although no development in the flood fringe is the best case scenario, this regulation, the 1 foot above the 500-year floodplain, is safe for residential development in the flood fringe, or else it wouldn't be adopted code in the city. If it's not safe, then I would suggest that we'd look at changing what our regulations are to allow it. So, but to go lesser than that is, I think, what's your question, and I use it as an opportunity to make a comparison, but I wouldn't suggest going lesser than that by any
No,
stretch.
I'm not saying
Oh,
going
okay.
lesser.
Then I missed the question.
Yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, what did I miss?
So we did.
I'm saying
we did a
going,
lot of.
I'm saying going higher
Oh, okay.
than that, not going less
Yeah, I
than
got it,
that.
okay.
Because if we go at that point, then we're digging out underneath this thing to be able to put parking underneath it, which is what we don't want.
I was surprised that's your
No, that's, I'm saying the opposite.
We did look at the latest flood maps that we had access to, which we went through this with Jerry and with others. Because the site slopes from
Right.
Liberty to Washington, the 500-year floodplain is actually 810 to 812 on this site
Oh, wow.
because of the interpolation. So that's where we set our baseline.
Got it.
We think that the building then can sit, or the parking can sit at 800, which is about
Sure.
level with Washington, and then
ground,
you still
yeah.
have to be 12 feet above that. But
Yeah.
it's because of the slope from Liberty to Washington, and we had to do some interpolation in there, and we gave ourselves a little bit of extra flexibility. But that's kind of where we landed on
Okay,
the
okay.
812 and the 500, the 1 foot above 500.
Okay,
I
so
hope that's helpful.
we're stuck, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
If we're up at, the 812, then I'm a lot more comfortable with setting it lower. Because if, just looking at the GIS stuff that's here, which I get it is not as sophisticated as what you guys are looking at, then I was like, I don't want to dig down deeper to be able to get cars underneath there. So, okay, alrighty, if we're up there, then we're basically up at the Y. Like, it's kind of, it's comparable to what's
Absolutely,
going
yep,
on
I think
there.
that's very good, a good benchmark for.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Your observation helped me find potentially, we're not explicit in the regulations that any vehicular parking should be underneath a building, even though that's what we're seeing. And I'm curious if we want to put a limitation, either if we want to require that any parking is under a building, or if we want to put a limitation on the number of parking spots that may be not under a building. And the thinking that I have is that maybe we do want to allow for some surface parking. If we are going to allow it at all, the only place that I could imagine that it makes sense is like right next, if there's an access point for the tree line or something like that. Otherwise, like, I would really not like to see surface parking here. Like, and so that's not the wisest use of the space. But there's nothing in here that prohibits that right now. So I'm curious what staff thinks about, yeah.
Well, there are some building code regulations, like you can't put parking in the floodway. It's a balance. I think that the potential to develop this is going to necessitate that. I just don't think that there's room to provide surface parking and probably get to a viable project. So, so I guess from that lens, you could include it. But again, I guess I'm of the mind that we have regulations that address that. We are capping parking in this circumstance, which is something unique to other things. I think that, I just think that that's getting pretty specific. And again, this is a concept plan. This could be realized in a different way. I don't think it's a concern. I don't think that there's going to be a lot of opportunity to do surface parking and meet any sort of reasonable return to get to a viable project.
Commissioner Clark, did you have a question or comment?
Well, Brett's answer kind of clear it up, I was just going to say I would agree with what you just said about limiting parking that's not underneath the building. And then I am just going to be annoying and real quick just mention that the setback thing, and if we're talking about flexibility, I guess I would again kind of mention that offering this flexibility of maybe a slightly less setback might be, I don't know if it'll have any consequential impact, but it might be worth considering, especially because looking at Google Maps and doing measuring of the houses all next door, there's only one house on Washington, all of it, that has that almost 40-foot setback. And then everything, I also am looking at other parking where there's podium like parking underneath, and those are all right up against the sidewalk consistently with the rest of town. So I guess I'm just not sure why this is the one area that we've decided, and I guess I'm worried about the effect of it being on a pedestrian having to walk by a building that might be recessed, if I'm understanding correctly, like with parking kind of underground, and then a building above that has kind of a bunch of dead space in front of it. And being that the trail is already there, it also kind of might not be the most efficient point to move the building back, people using the building, getting in and out, adding that extra 40 feet of space if it's not for the benefit of preserving the chimney sweeps. I guess I would just say I'd want to add, I'm an advocate, I would say I'd be in favor of maybe adding a discretion to like 10 feet and letting staff maybe work.
Well, while you're thinking, I just want to, so when a site plan comes in, and if it meets that 10-foot, then that would meet the standard. So I would just say that if that was expanded to be a 10 to 40-foot range instead of a 20, I just want to be clear right now, any plan that comes in is going to, the answer is going to be yes, that meets the front yard setback within that 20 to 40-foot range. If you change that to 10 to 40, that is going to provide more flexibility. But as far as staff figuring that out, I just want to be clear, if a site plan comes in that's consistent with that, we're going to find that it's consistent with that. So, we wouldn't have the discretionary opportunity that at that point, if a private developer was coming in with the site plan and said, I want to do a 10-foot setback, and we say, well, I know we said 10 foot, but we really didn't mean it. I just want to be clear, we wouldn't have that ability to sort of figure that out. We would have just made that decision, and that would be permissible.
So a quick clarification, what's the setback on the chimney? Because it was mentioned earlier about the way the chimney would interface with, and I thought that was at 40 or?
About 40.
Yeah, it looks a little bit in front of the 40, probably 30.
Approximately 40.
So where does the 20 come from then?
20 is approximately our interpolation of the front homes along, the 3 homes along Washington.
There's 3 homes out of the entire length of Washington that don't have, and those porch, according to Google Maps, it's a 10-foot on 2 of them, and then the other one has 30. Of course, it's not perfectly accurate, but the houses on Washington, even to the west, have a closer than 20-foot setback. I'm just pointing that out. So the 20 seems rather arbitrary, and that's all I'm saying. So if there's, I mean, if we're going to say 40 foot for the chimney sweeps, I would say that's 40 foot for the chimney sweeps, but then going to 20 feet, why 20 feet, not 10 feet? And I just worry about in the future if those 3 homes that are slightly further back, they're all older. I'm not sure if they're under the historic district or not, but if they're ever redeveloped, with the building next to it setting precedent of being further back, are we not just asking to like re-suburbanize this whole block to this 30, 40-foot setback, and there's already a lot of open space with the trail? That's my concern, especially creating a wide open visual corridor entering downtown where there's a bridge then with the railroad tracks that's never going anywhere. So it's naturally, people are going to be right on the corner there. So I almost wonder about like, that's my only thing is the 20 feet seems rather arbitrary. We have a long agenda, so I don't want to hold us up too long, but.
Commissioner Sauvé.
I'll just say I'm comfortable with it in kind of conversation about the redevelopment, looking at the 500-year floodplain line, and that those would also be, like those sites, because the flood zone kind of passes through there, they'd be held to the same 1 foot above standard, which if you kind of interpolate from that line, they'd be kind of back where they're at when I'm looking, at the site plan. So like, it'd be very difficult for those homes to be redeveloped closer to the street as well, because of how they have to also meet the floodplain standard of 1 foot above. So if we're thinking about, the whole fabric in the future, this is probably consistent with where that building fabric would actually end up. But I really appreciate the comments.
Anybody else?
Just, are we going to do the friendly amendment to switch the maximum to minimum?
Thank you, Commissioner Weich. I was just about to suggest. I heard one proposed amendment to amend the Liberty Street setback to a 10-foot minimum rather than a maximum. I heard references potentially to adjustments to the Washington Street setback height and elimination of one option of affordable housing. I didn't hear a lot of momentum for any of those latter three. So what I'm hearing is a motion might be in order to modify to the 10-foot minimum rather than maximum along Liberty.
I'll move that.
All right.
Oh yeah, I got to do that.
Yep.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark? Just on the amendment, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Weich?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibrandal?
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams?
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé?
Yes.
Commissioner Mills?
Yes.
Commissioner Dish?
Yes.
All right, back to the motion as amended. We ready for that as well?
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner Weich?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibrandal?
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams?
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé?
Yes.
Commissioner Mills?
Yes.
Commissioner Dish?
Yes.
Congratulations, applicant. Next stop, City Council.
All right, we are on to item number 9, which is, or 9A, which is the downtown zoning review and discussion of, I'm
Yes.
getting interrupted.
Sorry, do we have to vote to take up something new, something back?
It's 11.
11.
Oh, it's 11?
Yep.
Okay. Can you believe it?
This feels like an old planning commission meeting. I like
I
it.
know, like the good old days, that's right. All right, so we are on to the downtown zoning review and discussion of downtown zoning outcomes and premiums. Sure. Sorry about that. So we are on to the downtown zoning review and discussion of downtown zoning outcomes and premiums.
If I could just introduce, we are being joined by Megan and Ben from Carlisle Wortman Associates and Alexis from the Crack City Planning Team. Mr. Khan, I think, might be joining us eventually here remotely as well. On your work program is revisiting the downtown premiums. This is an opportunity for a presentation of some research that Carlisle Wortman Associates has done to get this going. Just to set the stage, as you recall, premiums have been in effect in the city for a very long time, a surprising long time. We might hear that history here, that a date that they know and I don't. It has evolved over time to include different things, different approaches, including energy efficiency provisions and affordable housing and regular just the provision of housing. In 2019, modifications were made to those premiums, and since that time, we have not had residential projects proposed in the downtown. Those changes went from a residential premium and a super quote-unquote affordable housing premium to a affordable and residential premium, which required a more graduated approach. So we're hoping to give you some feedback, some learnings from other communities, some data analysis, and hopefully we are interested to hear your thoughts on how they should head off in the directions to present ideas and concepts for potential amendments to you.
Thank you. Good evening, or almost good morning at this point, but good evening. I'm Ben Carlisle with Carlisle Wortman Associates, and with me tonight is my colleague Megan Masson-Minnick, also from Carlisle Wortman Associates. I've had the pleasure of working with many of you in the past, and for those I haven't worked with, I look forward to working with you on this project moving forward. Just a little bit of background about Carlisle Wortman. We are an urban planning firm located here in Ann Arbor. Our office is downtown, so Ann Arbor and the downtown is literally in our backyard, and so obviously we have a very vested interest in both this process as well as the city as a whole. As the Director Leonard noted, we've been hired by the department to complete an evaluation of the premium program and the downtown recommendations for the city. We anticipate that we will meet with this group multiple times over the course of this year to come up with downtown zoning reports, report back on feedback we've heard from stakeholders, and ultimately come back with some proposed changes, prospective changes to the downtown zoning and downtown premiums. I want to note that we come in here with no preconceived notion about what those results will be. We come in with a blank slate and really are hearing from this body as well as other stakeholders in the community in terms of what we need to be done to address downtown zoning. The purpose of tonight's meeting really is to deliver some of our initial feedback and findings and then have an exploratory conversation with this group. We have a very short, hopefully, presentation because we really are intent on hearing tonight from you with regards to your feelings on some of our feedback and direction moving forward as we start to develop this program moving forward. Just a little background about downtown premiums for the city. Downtown premiums were actually adopted almost 60 years ago by the city of Ann Arbor. So they've had a long history with this community. Over time, they have evolved, and the intent always really was to incentivize specific goals and policies and development practices that we wanted to see in the downtown. But like anything, over the last 60 years, those have changed and evolved as the city's policies and goals and visions have also changed. The last change was in 2019, and these in front of you are the current premiums. And I wasn't involved in the 2019 amendments. My assumption is that they were amended and changed to reflect at that time what the goals and policies were of the city. Just for a little background, I'm sure the Planning Commission is well aware of what the premiums are, but just for those at home that may not be as familiar with it, there are essentially 5 current, what I would call buckets of potential premiums that are currently in the ordinance. The first bucket is affordable housing, affordable residential units. And this is in the D1 and D2 only. And there's really 3 tiers to meet those premiums. And they evolve or they change or they increase as the more affordable housing is provided on the site. The second tier is green buildings. And again, those are 3 different tiers based on the level of LEED certification you provide for the building or the site. The third bucket is historic preservation, where you get a 50% bonus or 50% FAR bonus with the preservation of historic resource. The fourth bucket is a pedestrian amenity, and this only applies to the C1, C1AR, and the D1. And this is a pretty small premium increase, but it does allow that for a provision of a pedestrian amenity. And lastly is public parking, and this only applies to the D1, and that allows up to 200% with public parking on site. So those are the current premiums set forth in your current ordinance. And again, this has not changed or evolved since 2019. We're going to talk a lot about FAR and height as part of this process. There are some other items that have come up, and one of the speakers addressed some of the other items that may come up with this. But right now, we're really focusing on FAR and height. And it's important that we all kind of have a background or understanding of what the current district allows and what the premium can get you up to as well with the height. So in the D1 right now, the allowable FAR by right is 400%. You can get up to 900% with those additional premiums I noted earlier, but the maximum height is 180 feet. In D2, your base density, your base FAR is 200%. You can go up to 400% with premiums and a height of 60 feet. This is traditional with most down zoning and land use policy kind of throughout the country and throughout history of zoning. You allow your densest, most intense, highest development in your downtown, and as you kind of move out from the downtown, your height, your density, intensity lowers. With some of the changes to your current zoning provisions and the adoption of your new TCI, you've we flipped that a little bit, right? So your C1, your C1A, your base density, your base FAR is 200 and 300%. That's at or equal or higher than your by right D2 downtown zoning district. And there's no height limit in those districts too. So you can go taller than the 60 feet that's allowed in the D2. Similarly, the recently adopted TC1, there's no underlying base density cap or FAR cap. There's no height restriction. So we flipped the long-standing, historically, way we've zoned and done land use policy in American cities, where we have the densest development in your traditional downtown, your traditional D1 or D2, and we've flipped it a little bit by allowing for larger density and larger, just by right, outside the city. And that's important to understand that context as we talk about the premiums, as we talk about zoning changes moving forward. In order for us to better understand kind of where we are now and to assist the city moving forward, we did review some existing documents. We spent a lot of time with your existing plans and policies. The downtown has a long history of planning, right? So we studied all those and studied the policies. We are not in the position to readdress or re-review those policies, but what we are want to do is we want to make sure that your premiums and the premium discussion in your downtown zoning is consistent with those current policies and make sure that there's an alignment between those two. We reviewed all the projects in the downtown that have been built. We focused kind of on a breaking line of 2019 before and 2019 after. 2019 was an interesting year for many reasons. One is the last time we updated the premiums, and two, it's the start of the pandemic and retail shifts and market shifts, et cetera. There's some patterns we've noticed over the time, the shift and changing in your zoning and your premiums and how that's related to development in the downtown, and we'll share that too. We reviewed market data. Again, we kind of used 2019 as a breaking point between pre and post 2019 with regard to market data, and there's some changes and shift that reflect in the downtown development with that. We also reviewed best practices for similar communities. We did, I believe it was 18 different communities. That list was put together by us as well as in collaboration with staff in terms of what communities they felt that we should use. And there were, again, interesting findings out of that in terms of what other communities use and what they didn't use and some successes or failures they've had as a result. And lastly, we've done some interviews. We've done interviews with elected officials, city staff, DDA staff, and we are also setting up interviews with other stakeholders such as property owners, developers, other city commissions and other city groups as we move forward to get their feedback and input, and we will keep bringing that feedback to you as we have more of those interviews. Megan is going to go in a lot more detail on these points, but just as a high level what we've currently found. The downtown zoning and the premium implementation is not currently consistent with the city's visions and goals, and Megan can go into more detail about that. One of the biggest change was in 2019 about the affordable premium. It's been used very sparingly and has not been really used often and effectively with regards to the current development in downtown. Obviously, the market is still in flux. We're seeing that. I'm not sure we have an answer as to what the future of that market is going to be, but currently the market definitely is in flux, and that's reflective of both the data we found as well as interviews we've had with stakeholders. We also want to share that with other communities. There are other communities that use very similar incentives that the city of Ann Arbor uses, and there's some communities that simply don't have any incentives, and they don't have any sort of bonuses they give out, and they just have a FAR that's free, and you can go as high and tall as you want based on other factors. So with that, I'm going to stop. Is there any questions on what I've presented so far? Okay, I'm going to hand over to Megan, who's going to go into a little more detail on some of that information I provided.
Thanks, Ben. Actually, this is my third time talking about premiums with Ann Arbor's Planning Commission, because in 2014, I worked for a different firm and we were charged with doing community engagement about it. And actually, Commissioner Lee did SketchUp models for that at that point in time. But then in 2017 was also a hire to come back and then do amendments, and I met a number of you at that time. So thanks for having me back. The purpose of tonight is to give you a snapshot of history and whatnot, and the next steps are that we'll ask you to develop in another meeting, not tonight, a menu of options that you want us to go and explore with stakeholders. So we'll need from you what those options are and who those stakeholders are. Go out and get feedback, and then based on that, then to start to make decisions about whether zoning ordinance amendments are necessary, what those should be, what you're looking for them to do, and what's the objectives. But let's ground us in a little history to start off with. So in 1966, the first premium was introduced here in the city of Ann Arbor, and that was a pedestrian premium. And it laid out about 3 different ones, and I'm not going to go into them. And on this timeline that's on the screens, the bold font are major changes. The regular font are tweaks that happened, and Alexis did a great job in terms of summarizing those and what they are through history. And those were attached to the back of our report, which was in your packet. In 1994, a residential premium was introduced, and then talking to Jeff Kahn and Alexis, it really didn't result in much. And then in the early 2000s, City of Ann Arbor started to do a lot of planning around the downtown. And there was a lot of focus on residential. We don't have enough residential downtown, as well as some other things. And so that led to the 2009 amendments that had affordable housing, green building, public parking, historic preservation, in addition to the pedestrian and the residential premiums. So then you have a very long laundry list of options for developers. And then, as you'll see in future slides, it had a result. And actually, some of those results were the reason that my firm was brought in to talk to the public about it, because there was some pushback by the amount of building that was happening and the type of building. But also based on that success, in 2019, we said, we're not getting the affordable housing that we want. So what if we use the success and combine them and see what we get? But when you look at how things shake out over time, and these are different projects that happened in the downtown. The blue is premiums, the orange is no premiums. And I just want to clarify that sometimes the no premiums may be because of the location of the site. If it's in a floodplain or in a historic district, as it was discussed earlier in your previous case, doesn't qualify for premiums. So that doesn't necessarily mean that somebody didn't choose it. It might mean that it was the spot where they wanted to develop, it wasn't eligible. But as you can see, 2009, there was a break point, and actually and then things seem to go up, and then things seem to adjust. But there's not a lot of patterns here. And so then what we did is also we looked at Esri market analyst, and we used the outline of your D1 and your D2 districts. And using that data, which is data that's synthesized from the census, so there is some problematic with it. It wouldn't be as good as your building permits or your water or your water hookups or things like that. But just looking at a rough clarification of, okay, how did the downtown grow in terms of residential? I wanted to point out in 2004, the Downtown Residential Task Force set a goal that by 2015, they wanted 1,000 new housing units, and actually by 2030 to have 1,500. So you didn't quite reach that per this data by 2015, but in 2020 you did. It's over 1,000 units. And according to this data, you can see in 2010, the slope of that line goes up. Now, there's all these things going on in the economy and things like that, but it's an indicator that maybe that change in policy was something that helped to drive those. And then if you think about what was happening then, that's when a lot of the first student housing buildings went up, was around that time. We divided these into buckets of 5 years in terms of whether people use premiums or not. It was pointed out to me when you had the break that maybe we should go back and parse this data by the policy changes dates, and we can do that. So at the end here, if you have a data request or things like that, please let us know so we can bring that back to the next discussion when we're talking about what the menu of options are and what stakeholders are. So we want to give you the information that would help you best make that decision. I think what's also interesting is if you look at which premiums were used. So this is residential is the blue, green is the orange, and affordable housing is the gray. And just want to note that some projects use both. So especially the 2018 to 2022, that blue and the gray, those probably have both, especially any ones that are post-2019. And again, we can split these up the other way. But what really sticks out is that the green building and the affordable are much less used than the residential. And pre-2019, there was a super bonus for affordable. It could go up to 900 FAR. And I remember that was the main question in 2014, 2017, is why isn't this being taken? And at that point in time, when talking to developers, some of it was that it's really difficult to finance, it's difficult to manage, it's difficult to find the clients. And when I talk about the interviews, we actually had some of that same feedback from those folks at this point. So one of the things you always do in good planning is you look at your policies, and are your goals aligned, and are they matching? And the thing I want to point out to you with this table is it starts in 2003 and ends in 2020, going top to bottom. And so if you can, and on the top are the premiums. So, and then going down, those are all the plans, and we put a check as if it had a goal or a policy that explicitly asks for one of these things that the premiums reward. And you can see as you go down through time, after 2013, what the premiums are asking for isn't aligning as much or less frequently than previously with what the premiums reward. So then that always says, is there something to look at here with changing the zoning in order to implement, in order to get what the city's looking for? And the city's changed what those incentives have been before. When we looked at market data, and so this was primarily, as Ben indicated, post-2019, you have a high vacancy office rate right now in the downtown. It's not as high as it was in the recession, but it's still high. And then that downtown mix, when you compare it to other downtowns, you have a higher office percentage and a lower residential than a lot of other college town downtowns. And also, everything we read and everyone we talked to said this market is still in flux, and it probably is not going to calm down for another couple of years. But more residential downtown is desirable, again, because of that mix. And then also, if your office is not filling up, then you don't have customers for your retail. And then if you have residents, then they can provide that vibrancy in order to support the retail, the stores, the restaurants. But what your current policies are delivering in terms of residential downtown is low-rise, luxury residential. In terms of what other communities are doing, they do incentivize affordable housing in their downtowns, mixed-use developments, sustainability green building, public transit, and reduced driving, which something has never been on Ann Arbor's list in terms of what the premiums were. And then also adaptive reuse, which I think could be related to historic preservation, but maybe not in the same way. I would say they're cousins. So what we did is we did a scan of these downtowns and looked at them, and then there was, again, in the appendix of our report, there were some descriptions of each one. What we haven't done, and we can do in the scope of this project, is start to call and research those communities to see which ones were, what folks there felt, how it was effective, and if there were any lessons learned. But we wanted to do that scan first and also talk to you before we started to do that research. And then finally, we had interviews. And again, across the board, every single person we talked to said the downtown zoning is not implementing the current plans and policies in their opinion. Also, that affordable housing premium was difficult to implement. People had to verify the incomes of the potential folks to take the market rate units. There are some there are some affordable units in market rate buildings that are sitting empty right now. Sometimes that housing that's in the market rate buildings is not designed for someone who is operating at a 30, 40% AMI. It doesn't have the amenities and things that they need, so that's not aligned. Again, from those interviews, we heard the market's still in flux. I also heard about that there's such a strong demand for student housing, and that inflates or skews the property prices. And so there's always this competition or tension there in terms of student housing versus market rate housing versus affordable housing, and then the base price of the property is being driven by that student housing. And then everyone we talked to felt that the zoning should change. But that's really your job, and we want to talk to you about it. So our questions, and I'm going to defer to the chair to do this, is to advise in the best way. But we really want to know from you just right now reactions in terms of what actions do you want to explore to amend the downtown zoning? And also I want to emphasize leaving it the same is a valid choice. What additional data or research do you need? In terms of the projects, I just want you to know we have a very, very big spreadsheet. Alexis did a lot of the work of getting it together, and so did Brent with the e-Track-It, that we have the projects by their approval date and a number of different things. So we can sort in a number of different ways in terms of that. But also hearing from you what stakeholders should be consulted. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and would love to hear your opinions on what's the best way to move forward with this process.
Go ahead, Commissioner Weich.
One thing in answering your second question, what additional data or research is needed, it was interesting to me in your report that you didn't talk about the political landscape in the city as an overlay to what happened in the downtown. And so I wonder if that was intentional, if you were directed by staff, no shame or anything, but just in terms of, because when I look at the data, I think the statement you said that there were no patterns. And when I look at the data, I see a pattern.
Okay.
And I think that's because of the political landscape that was present in the city and how that has changed. And so that didn't show up in your data, so I didn't know if that was an intentional choice or it was out of scope. But if you are going to overlay anything else on the data, I'd like to see the political landscape be overlaid as well, because I think that had as much an impact on what got built in the city as anything.
Thank you. Just wanted to emphasize that that was not an explicit choice on our part, and it was not by no means directed by staff, but that's definitely something that we could add in and look at in terms of changes of administration and council and trends at that point.
Commissioner Sauvé.
It's like a really great bundle of things on the agenda today that somehow blend into each other. But D2, like seeing the map of D2, which I think is very substantially in the floodplain, so it can never actually achieve any of the premiums. And, you know, I think working with all the staff in terms of those objectives and where they might meet or not would be really helpful to see, you know, where the comprehensive plan has said D2 should go, where it currently is, where the floodplain go, like, are there any eligible D2 sites and where they are would be really helpful data to look at, to really understand. And maybe, I guess that's with the graphs and things was really helpful to see, like, the ones that didn't use the premiums, if you could unpack didn't because ineligible versus didn't by choice. And if there was a break point that it was more ineligibility of sites than choice would be really helpful to maybe see if there were actually options for the pro forma to work in either scenario. Yeah, Generally, yes, like, please, more. I would say, I think it'd be really helpful to look at comparable cities' policies, not just in their incentives, but where they are with FAR and height as a baseline. I don't know if 200, 400 is the appropriate, knowing that it goes back to the 60s as our baseline, that it might actually be more appropriate that we have a buy rate that's increased and that the premium is a more unique tool instead of the typical tool as well to be applied.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
We can look at that, and then I think the FAR was only introduced in 2009. I think before how it was done was just some square footage or maybe bumps in height. And then again, the pedestrian amenity has always been very small, no more than something like 10 square feet.
To clarify though, like from the report, like the 200 and 400 FA, like the by right FAR, when was that adopted in the timeline?
2009. So that was part of coming out of the A2, D2.
When we got the D1, D2 zoning?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was it prior, what was our density prior to that? Was it just height? Like, what were we getting? How'd we get Campus Tower?
I can pull
Sorry.
together that, the exact data, but discussion, late night purposes, most of downtown was zoned C2A, and some of it was C2B. And those were, by right zoning, were in the 2 and 400 range. So I'll verify, but that was the ballpark. So
Okay.
the base zoning is not drastically different pre-A2D2, but yeah, we can pull together a little appendix kind of thing.
Yeah, like the history of the current density. Has it been this way for 40 years or for 14 years? Would be helpful to see.
It's closer to 40 years,
Yeah.
60 years,
Yeah.
than just 15. Like I said, it has fluxed and varied, but it's not like it was 50% and now is 400. It's more closer than that.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks for pulling this together. I mean, one of the things that strikes me, this was in the report that you sent and also the graphs that you shared, was a perception that development has really slowed and that in particular nobody's taken. I mean, I went into this thinking nobody's taken premiums in the last 4 years. And in fact, I mean, based on your graphs, we've gotten more projects that are from premiums than not premiums being used. And that hadn't happened previously. Is that, am I interpreting that right?
Except that you're not getting as many people using the residential premiums as before. So what people have started to do is take the green building premiums or the pedestrian premiums, which have less FAR. And then also the effect of that is then you're not building housing, either residential, just market rate, residential in general, and definitely not affordable.
So right now from the data, you can't pick that up because it's just based on number of projects.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, I can't think of any projects in the downtown that are not residential, that don't include residential in the last 4 years. We've got things out of town.
That's, I think you're right.
Right? So
Our split is it's 2018 to 2022, not like on that table, not 2019.
yeah, but even in the slide presentation tonight, they included things that were more broken down. One of the very first graphs was more granular, and that did show like year by year. I think this one, like, I mean, look at 2019, 2020, look 2022, like.
2019 would have been pre, right? Because November 17th, I think, was the change, right?
Yeah.
So I would suggest that it's not as, I'm not saying that we don't need to change things. That is not at all what I'm suggesting. I'm just suggesting that I think that there's more going on and that these numbers alone, like, I don't think are painting the full picture of kind of what's going on, in part because maybe it's because it's number of projects rather than number of units.
Yeah.
And so my sense is that development generally has slowed down. But this was not actually, like, again, this was not I didn't totally see that from this. And even in just the things, if you just take 2020 to 2022, we got more premium projects than non-premium projects. So in terms of your questions, I mean, the things that regularly come before us, and that I think that we need to try to get at is we need more development because we have way more jobs than we have people. So like, we don't want to slow that. But like, affordability and green are the things that every single time we ping on people. And so I think that we need, if we can't have it all, like, I really look to, I would, in the research for those other places that you're looking at, like other places with premiums, I would also think about how they balance those things. And I don't know that that's just the desk research. I think it might be picking up and calling and understanding, like, are they actually growing? Is it doing the things that because if somebody researches us right now, they'd be like, look at Ann Arbor's got it all. And maybe we do, like, right? But if there's a perception that it's not getting us what we want. So that's yeah, maybe not super coherent, but yeah. Thank you for all this together.
No, so what I'm taking away from it is that if we can have it by number of units in terms of the numbers, and maybe chunk it out by when policy changes happened, that would be helpful, and maybe show more. But then also that priorities are always affordability in green building, and it might be worthwhile to dig deeper on those particular incentives and how other communities have implemented them and what has been their success.
Exactly. And we had this conversation before about LEED, right? Like, maybe LEED is not the right.
Yes, I was part. Yeah, I'm fine with that. It's part of a planning career.
And even I think the much simpler thing that we regularly talk about here at this table is electrification the thing? Like, it's not. There's so many points within LEED that you just get because you're downtown and you can check, and again, because of the requirements overall, like, maybe that's not the right standard. But anyway, I think in your research, specifically thinking about if they do anything according, like, what their policies are regarding electrification, because I think that helps for a lot of other things that we're working on too.
I'm going to jump in and, because you had mentioned affordability and green are the things. But for the table and for the discussion purposes, is it affordability? Is it housing? Or is it both? They could be three distinct things. But anyway, I'm not saying what the answer is. I'm just saying, as you're thinking about for feedback, that's sort of also the level. Right now, we only incentivize affordable housing. Is that we should talk about that, or that's the purpose of part of this.
Commissioner Dish.
I just want to add another category, being mindful of the discussion that we just had as these discussions are going together, that it is not just housing, it's multifamily market rate housing. So in the sense that in the downtown, we are seeing a lot of housing that is high bedroom count units, which does not, which has a narrow, that's appealing to a sector of the market. And where we are not hitting our goals is precisely those people who have jobs here and would like to live here, but do not want to live here with 5 roommates, even with an ensuite.
Commissioner Clark, did you have?
Yeah. I just was going to mention that I think sometimes it's a useful measure, and hopefully this makes sense, of affordability to also look at the rate of increase of rents and on multifamily housing burden, and not just looking at, expecting individual projects, how many quote-unquote affordable developments have come through, but also, like, are our rents increasing at a higher rate than comparable cities? And then maybe looking at trying to slow down the rate of increase on housing costs proportionate to budget. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be curious to understand, so the distinction, Alexis, that you were making between like, quote, affordable, we need another word besides affordable. This is the problem, because it's like affordable, yeah, affordability, maybe? Housing affordability? There you go. Okay, I like that. Because, we just passed this big millage for affordable housing, but it doesn't mean that we have housing affordability in our downtown at all. And so, and I think we've all seen this trend towards either 5 or 6 bedroom units or the low-rise, big, huge $1 million condo things. And is there anything in between? I would love to incentivize smaller units, that somebody who, whatever, teacher could live downtown, and maybe it's in a 500 square foot unit, but it's like you have the opportunity to be able to live downtown. And so that's the market that I would really like to be able to incentivize and exploit, so that we're not just getting these huge, basically retired people who have a lot of money. That's kind of what it starts to sort of feel like, and I don't want to discriminate against, but I just think that we're missing a chunk of humanity.
We have a
here in
lack
Ann
of
Arbor.
diversity in our
Right.
housing.
And
We
if
have a
you go
lack
to
of
like
income.
Ypsilanti, it feels really different, because there's like a ton of young people that are living there in a way that we don't have here, So I would love to be able to see, like, how can we try to incentivize, like, somehow, things that are just more housing affordability for Ann Arbor, and understanding, I guess, how the millage plays into that. I don't know, there's probably not any easy comparisons, with other cities with that, but that does add a whole different thing into this, that, with all this data, is when that housing millage got passed, and just how that affects how we think about the affordable housing piece, because all of a sudden, we're going to have this huge opportunity with a whole bunch of units all coming online, and should we be managing, almost kind of micromanaging at such a tiny little scale, the affordable housing stuff, 5 units here, 7 units there, whatever, when we all of a sudden are going to have hundreds of units coming online in our downtown. So I would, in some ways, rather focus on housing affordability downtown than affordable housing, given the backdrop of our affordable housing village.
Yeah, I just want to jump in, and one of our, in our scope and our proposal, next step is to interview some stakeholders, and one of them is the affordable housing community. Jennifer Hall, Washington Housing Alliance, et cetera, because they perhaps have a completely different perspective on how that's done. And I think we may have some really interesting perspective from them with regards to this affordability downtown versus affordable housing, et cetera, and some of the things that you are raising too. So I think we'll have some interesting feedback from them on that.
Commissioner Clark?
I want to mention too, one of the biggest shortages in this, one of the hardest housing to find, from what my experience with nonprofit housing finding, is multifamily units, not necessarily 6 bedrooms, but family units, things that are available to like women with children, small families, and micro units, or like SEO, like single occupancy units. Those are really a very limited use of, obviously they favor single men, young people, which is fine. But then I think there is an important conversation about housing affordability to be had about if we are providing incentives, and of course incentives are different from subsidies, or but making sure that the target, the missing middle conversation is kind of what this goes back to, and just making sure that there is a full scope, and but we're not sacrificing, like we just mentioned, diversity, but multifamily units with multiple bedrooms are in massively short supply. So I just want to throw that out there.
Commissioner Lee?
Thank you. Kind of tightening it to these 3 questions of stakeholders. This is a question for staff. What level of coordination are we having with the comprehensive planning process, and how does this really kind of fit into it? Could I get a little clarity on, like, is this first? Does this feed in, or is it working together? I'm wondering.
We're not coordinating at all whatsoever.
Okay, no coordination.
You know, just siloed.
No,
Yeah.
it is going first.
Okay, yep.
I think that the planning commission identified this on your work program. This
Yep.
is one, I don't know if you remember, sometimes I am reluctant to let you add additional things to your work program because I want to get that comprehensive plan done.
Sure.
There's a connection there, but I have heard that this is something that is on that short list to explore. As indicated, there is some opportunity to move even within our current plan. I anticipate our comprehensive plan might point us in future directions, but zoning is a living thing.
Thank you. It's helpful. So my first thought was the lack of utilization of the green premium means, do we look at strengthening that? We often hear a lot about the importance of, again, heat pump systems. I mean, we use LEED as kind of a standard. We've talked a lot about electrification. Again, we are grappling with what is that within the legal purview of the Planning Enabling Act to say, do we reward electrification? So the first thought that I had reading this was perhaps we look at, maybe it's strengthening or, boosting the green premium to more than 250% to 3%. Does that make an incremental difference? I heard you about the political overlays. Commissioner Weish, my first thought really kind of went to, there's two large factors that we look at, kind of like thinking about real estate development in general. First off is normalization of construction prices, materials. I mean, from what used to be $120, $150 a square foot is, 180 to 100, 210. Type 1As in concrete and steel are vastly more expensive. The other large kind of salient variable to possibly look at is the normalization of property tax assessment practices on new builds. So the way to look at it is cents per dollar of rent collected. So what's the actual proportion? So we've heard from folks building in St. Paul, and the reason that, the political overlay and these two things, the assessment practices, construction prices, and its impact on the development curve, I fear that it's a little outside the purview of this particular analysis, right? It's how do we optimize kind of like downtown premiums rather than how do we, maximize the delivery of units. So I'm trying to make sure that we stay within this kind of type premium, but or purview of what we're looking to do. So my first thought was we should probably, try to coordinate comprehensive plan and this boosting green premiums, as that is more kind of larger, that's a very large thing that we hear every Tuesday. And then, if you wanted to, again, take a look at segmenting out, obviously like the larger periods, and then also segment units delivered versus entitled units, right? So like what was actually built relative to how many projects were actually, approved. So the thought process I also have is, while you might have approvals, they might just not be delivered. Sometimes they're just waiting, right?
Yeah.
So other than that, and I think number of units is important too, because Meadowlark is what, four unit or six units, sorry. But that's not actually D1, right? That's yeah. So, 4 units. Oh, right. So I'm thinking like the projects may, have a disproportionate relative to actual units and the efficacy in which our premiums have delivered units to make salient and substantial impacts on affordability. So other than that, I mean, thank you for putting this together. This is such a cool, again, and comprehensive overview of, how did we get here? So I think this is really important work that you guys are doing. So I'd also love if whoever's interested, I'd love to be able to take a look at the data set that you guys have put together to see if there's additional kind of, kind of have different people be able to, proffer thoughts, maybe, make it more of a all hands on deck kind of approach. I don't, might be, thank you again for putting this together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Weich.
Just a couple clarifying questions. When we are talking about downtown, are we just talking about the DDA boundary?
We're talking about the D1, the D2 zoning boundary.
But, okay. So are you not including R4C that would also be inside that boundary?
Right, for this purposes, only the zoning districts where we offer premiums. So I think when we talk downtown, we're using it as just proxy for the districts that have premiums, because the discussion is the changing the menu of options for premiums. Some of these same topics apply to other zoning districts, but those, R4C doesn't, there are no premiums available in R4C. So whatever we do here won't affect that.
But it's in downtown, but you're only looking at downtown through the zoning lens,
Yeah.
not through the physical boundary
Right, I
of what
think
we
that-
would consider downtown.
Yeah, I think that a downtown is officially defined as we treat it as one and the same as the DDA boundaries, which are like 66 blocks.
Right.
And it includes, the vast majority of it is D1 and D2, but there are some PUDs and there are some PL.
And there's also some R4C inside that DDA boundary.
I don't think there's R4C, but I think there's a little spot of C2B.
Okay, well, I'm not going
We
to
can
argue
check.
with you.
But going forward for clarification, since we're only talking about the D1 and D2 zoning districts, I think maybe it might be better if we use that nomenclature rather than downtown, because it can be confusing in terms of how you draw
I
it.
think where I was going was, it would be helpful to see a boundary map, like to see a map of what you're actually looking at. Because if we were looking at the DDA, then one of my questions would be, how much are you interfacing with how the D2 interfaces with D1? So that, would it make sense, I guess where I'm going is, would it make sense to just extend D1 to all of what's inside the DDA boundary if that was the downtown? And what impacts would that have on us meeting some of our goals? And so, but it sounds like you're doing something slightly different, which is hard for me to enter into without a visual, because I'm using the DDA, but that's not the boundary that you're looking at. You're just looking at the properties that are zoned in that D1, D2 space. So some kind of overlay to just see what that looks like. And if you could then compare that to 2009, so that would be, I think, a good reference point to be able to look at those two maps of how we've made those changes. It would at least be helpful to me as I enter into this conversation. And then Gainesville, Florida is a target city for me because they share a lot of similarity with us. They're a university town. They're wrestling with the same kind of price issues. It would be helpful for you to account for the segregation that's a part in Gainesville, which is present in Ann Arbor, but is not as overt as it was in Gainesville, because there is clearly a black side of town and clearly a white side, and there's a dividing line. But I think they're having a lot of the same conversations. They're trying to settle some of the same problems, and their community is responding in a lot of similar ways that I see the community in Ann Arbor responding to some of the student housing that's going up in the downtown, which is not actually the DDA, but this zoning piece. So if I could get a little bit more clarity into there, I think I can participate a little bit better in these conversations.
We'll absolutely get you those maps and
Thanks.
then look at Gainesville. Thank you for the suggestions.
Commissioner Lee?
Thanks. I'll make this brief. Stakeholders to possibly engage with, like P3 specialists, so private-public partnerships, like DePerna or these folks that structure. I mean, Luke Bonner's kind of comes to mind, Tom Gritter, Spark, I think would also be, folks. I mean, they literally are in downtown, so they might be good to talk with. PACE specialists that specialize in green incentives. So, what would they like to see? The other thing that I'm actually also interested in from a data point is length of days it takes to actually receive entitlements from the time that you go to a pre-app meeting to when you actually get entitlements. And is there a non-spurious, statistically significant correlation between choosing to go for premiums and that length of time? So is that, we heard, I mean, as we were talking about Meadowlark, we heard loud and clear. It takes a very long time. I mean, Doug had to go through 5 years on this. So are there Is there a non-spurious, non-random relationship between choosing to pursue premiums and the length of time that it takes to, actually achieve entitlement from the pre-app meeting to here? So, yeah, that was my thoughts. Thanks.
I'd also be curious to know what other communities are using as their green rating system. Is LEED the only thing in town, or are people using other methods, or do you see other communities just using the electrification piece, like Commissioner Lee was bringing up? Curious to see what what people are using as metrics for that.
Okay. We can look into that.
Just confirming something.
All righty. Any other comments? Okay, everybody's looking a little bleary-eyed.
Thank you for your feedback. We don't have a date yet set when we'll come back to you. Obviously, there's a lot here that we have to pick through, and interview stakeholders. So probably anticipate in the next couple of months, we'll be back in front of you with some more information. So again, feel free to reach out either through Alexis or Brett if you got any more ideas or thoughts as we move forward with the project.
Thanks for sticking with us through
Thank you.
this long
thank you.
meeting. All righty. We have one more thing. Do people want to blast through this or take a little body break? Are people doing okay? And we also have the blast through?
Well, that's my vote, but.
It's not an option to just download it, right?
Nope. Okay, let's blast through. Item 9B, which is 2195 East Ellsworth, a pre-PUD application conference, proposed amendments to existing PUD to reduce the front yard setback.
All right. Thank you. This is just as you described. I am sorry for a little bit of my distraction. Mr. Kowalski was to join us, but Zoom is not my friend tonight. In any event, we have Mr. Sosnowski and Mr. Lockwood available via Zoom. They are the petitioners representing the Lockwood senior housing development that is located at 2195 East Ellsworth Road. This was recently adopted as a planned unit development. And in the course of developing, they and by an extent we have learned that the ALTA survey on which their original plan was based was slightly in error. It was slightly in error to the point that now there is a slight encroachment of the front of the building. We did build in a couple of feet of flexibility, but it is still encroaching. So in order to be in full compliance, as they are pursuing some incentives to help with the affordable units as part of this, they have to do these regular surveys and have to be in compliance. So they are here to present the potential for an amendment that would reduce the front yard setback by a few feet to accommodate the location of the building in its current position. It would require an amendment to the zoning, ergo our conversation previously about 415. I personally, from a staff perspective, I think that it's reasonable. The benefits that were provided previously with the affordable units there remain, and it is a complex but a bit of a perfunctory cleanup of site conditions on the site. So with that, I think we also have Mr. Lockwood and available to address any questions. But if you don't have any, we can also move on. I mean, the question would just be that if you agree with that, the proposed amendment would come, there wouldn't be any additional public benefits. It would modify the front yard setback. They're proposing it with a concept plan so that it's just going to illustrate that, and then they would subsequently submit administrative amendment to reflect the change in our records. Yes.
I confess that I was going to go there this weekend, but couldn't drive down Ellsworth this weekend, so I sent my husband instead. and it looks like there's a lot of construction already. The building is
There.
there. So, I mean, what's the difference? Like, I don't, like, right, like, this,
That building, again, because the ALTA survey has been updated, is, I'm sorry, I don't have the dimension. It is about 2 or 3 feet forward on one corner, not the entirety of the building, of the minimum front yard setback. And so this proposed change that would come to you with full public hearing and consideration would be requesting a modification to that front yard setback to allow the building to remain in its place that you physically see, consistent with an updated and accurate ALTA survey.
okay. Yeah.
And we don't, there's no vote. This is just an opportunity for you to have any preliminary feedback. We don't have a more simple amendment to this. It's still a legislative change. That's why it still has to go through this process. That's why I was hoping it was okay just sort of tagging it onto an already long agenda. All right, I'm not seeing any concerns. It is a legislative change because it will affect the rezoning, but it is changing the front yard setback. It's not changing the public benefits. It's not changing the project substantially. It's not changing the project.
Okay, not hearing any, not
You're not
hearing
voting.
anything.
It's just an opportunity, again, it's
Go
just an
ahead.
opportunity for you to say, no, we have some concerns about it. No, we have, and I'm not hearing anything, so we will instruct them to proceed as planned.
Sounds good. All righty, so we are on to item 10, which is our last opportunity for public comment. This is an opportunity for persons to speak up to 3 minutes about any issues that is not listed on the public hearing of this agenda, or actually anything on this public agenda. We'll first call on individuals present to address the commission, then remote. To speak during this public hearing remotely, press star 9 if listening by phone, or use the raise hand feature if viewing through the web link. For phone access, call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. To unmute, press star 6. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand using the last 3 digits of your phone number or by name if available. For those accessing through the web link, you'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. When speaking, please move to a quiet area. For either method, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. The lights are getting turned off as we speak. Is there anyone present who would like to speak? No? All right. Anybody remote that is in line?
I do not see any speakers indicating remotely.
Okay. Is there any commission proposed business? I'm sure it's a long list, right?
Sarah?
I promise.
Okay, we are on to adjournment. Motion to adjourn by Commissioner Zove and seconded by Commissioner Dish. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned.
You stuck with us.
Yes. So